at St. Catherine's of Alexandria, and we'd like to welcome you.
When they say I'm the new priest, I say, well, that's an oxymoron. Because I'm old, not that new. Okay. 26 years. Anyway, I got ordained when I was 40, and I'm already 66 now.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I getting used to here. But anyway, let's see. In the name of the Father, the Son, Holy Spirit, amen. God our Father, we ask you to send forth your light upon us, to enlighten us and to guide us. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Boy, that was pretty brief there, Padre.
My homilies are short too, okay, so you can get in and out.
Thank you, but the words were well said. Thank you very much. We hope to have you back again. And Denise, when you're ready, we will have the roll call, please.
Councilmember Cassidy?
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Here.
Councilmember Sampson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Olson?
Here.
And Mayor Marshall?
Here. Okay. Are there any announcements? Or written communications from anyone?
Nope.
Okay. City Manager report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a couple things. That'll probably end up 3, but I did want to mention that on the 29th of September that the city team met with housing providers of affordable housing to review the 4 parties who submitted proposals for the Notice of Available Funds from the Housing Authority. And it was a very good meeting, and they'll now background is being checked on the top 2. So we'll have a report for you by the 18th.
Wow.
I did also want to mention that one of our employees, you had a few weeks ago, or maybe it was a month or more, someone come and talked about having a kayak stand built and fabricated. And I want to say that it is now in place. Phil Hernandez fabricated and constructed and installed a new kayak rack for use by locals and visitors, and did a really, really first-class job. When it's appropriate, I will mention, Mayor, that there is one item, a request on the regular agenda to be pulled from it, and when that's appropriate, I'll make that announcement.
Okay, great. City Attorney?
Yeah, just briefly to follow up on the presentation and discussion we had on water last week. We have hired an engineer to provide cost estimates for various options. That engineer was in the city Wednesday. Edison was gracious in letting us go through their sites, and so he's preparing a report that we will bring to you next meeting, which will basically give you cost estimates for the various projects, and then it's up to the council to direct staff which projects you want to vigorously pursue with Edison. We are having a follow-up meeting with Edison next Tuesday. So hopefully Edison will be on board with us, and we'll present that in 2 weeks from today.
Great, thank you. Good, moving forward. Council member report. Anybody like to
I
start?
just have one item. I'll be attending the Gateway Cities Council of Government meeting tomorrow night. That's it.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez?
I'm good right now.
You're good? Councilman Sampson?
Yes, I do have something.
Great.
There's a few things. I was kind of unclear about where we're at with Vons. This is pretty much not an announcement. I'm just trying to create some conversation about where we're going and what we're going to do here. I was very clear and concise and deliberate about the decisions I made to Vons as far as the conditions of approval. And I remember them very vividly. I want to know that that Vons is going to go along with us on these things. What I'm finding is Vons is, at this point, they're creating a lot of division within the community. Like when this whole vote went down, and I'm very disturbed by this. I want them to get on board. I don't want them to break ground until these conditions of approval are met. And what they're trying to do is put the cart before the horse, and it disturbs me greatly. And a lot of people in the community are getting riled up about this. There's people that want the store, and there's people that are disturbed by the store going into their neighborhoods. It was very clear that Vons was supposed to put triple pane windows in those properties around the store, and that will be affected by that, period. Now they come back with us with a report saying, well, we only have to do it to certain homes. That was not the deal. The deal I made was very clear with them. Okay? I went out on a limb for them. And I'm very disturbed by the way they're posturing, this corporate posturing that they're doing. This has absolutely nothing to do with the people that work here and the store the hard work that these people put in to make these stores work. These stores are in poor shape, terrible shape, and we need a new grocery store. There's nothing more important than food and water, and water's coming up. That's the next thing I'm going to talk about a little bit. But I just want you to know that we need to stick with our plan here. They do not put a shovel into the ground until these conditions of approval start to get checked off. I understand that some of them, we have to see how the traffic flows in the general areas around where the store is going to be before we can mitigate our concerns. But they have to go along with us on this. If they don't start doing something, they're gonna find that this project is gonna stagnate until it no longer is able to go in. Okay? Yes.
Mayor, may I? Council Member Sampson, your understanding of the conditions and on which the project was approved is what we understand them to be. We have told Vons, who we have met with, and they say they are proceeding with those mitigation measures. But in relationship to the noise issue, we have told them what the condition that was approved. We told them that was something that they needed to make the people in CISA and that adjacent in that group happy, and that the groundbreaking will not occur until all conditions that are required by the City Council are met. I think they understand that.
I don't know. I don't think they do.
Well, some may not understand, but they will, because they won't get permits until they comply with all the conditions.
Very, very good. That's great. I appreciate that, and I want you to play hardball with them because, like I said, that was a very contentious vote, and I put my ass on the line for that vote and for the people that wanted the store. And it took me a long time to gain the confidence back of the people that did not approve of my vote. Okay. And we're getting that back, but I need to go to bat for them now. And I told them I would. And I will do this until the job is finished. And I will make sure after the job is finished that the traffic flows the best it possibly can. Okay, so that's Vons.
Thank you.
Parking on Metropole. Right now, we changed parking on Metropole. I counted spots today, and it seems to be like about 54 golf cart parking spots on the south side of Metropole, and there's about 10 spots that are dedicated to full-size vehicles, and I'm getting a lot of complaints about that. We need to take the full-size vehicle parking all the way down to Vons if we can possibly do it, which that would and that would also include a white zone for a taxi area, a blue zone for the handicapped area. So we need to keep those because they're already in place. And then we should also have some kind of a pull-out area for our buses, for the hotel Hermosa, and also for their courtesy cars. That is temporary spot. They can pull in and pull out. And then also Martin Curtin's Hotel as well. That's something that's kind of important that I think we should have that so our buses can pull out in there and pick up people that have their groceries and take them to wherever their place is, if it's possible. I know our buses are huge and it would take some time to do that, but or some thought, and it might not even be able to happen. But we've got to add some more parking because you got people that come in from the interior, the Isthmus, Empire Landing, people that have full-size vehicles that do all their shopping in one trip for 3 weeks, and they have tons of groceries, and they have to park way up by the museum now. That's good. That's dedicated to full-size parking, but we need to take it all the way down because we can't be putting in places where only golf carts can park, but no full size vehicles. That's kind of discrimination. I don't like it, and a lot of other people. I've been getting a lot of complaints for that. I think the new harbor fees are high enough. They're probably the highest harbor fees in the state of California. I think instead of raising fees anymore, we got to start cutting costs. That's our job, because we're getting tons of complaints about guys that are living out there in their boats or that are living in the harbor, and they don't have any money to spend in town now. So they're giving all their money to paying their rent. So in the harbor. So there's some complaints there, and they say our services are kind of lacking. We do the best we can, but I've heard enough complaints about that. Okay, I wanted to just give some kudos to the people who support the music scene in Avalon. On a good note, Ken Putnam from Luau Larry's, Greg Miller, Hotel Metropole, the Marlin Club supports live music. Martin Lieva now supports live music at the Plaza Cafe. The Lock Room, Mark Costello, the Santa Catalina Island Company supports live music. Ray McEwen's been getting on board with this, and then Art Good as well has been supporting music for years. I like the fact that we're seeing more music, more street music. It's really a good thing. The visitors love it, and it's just a really enjoyable thing. Music makes people happy. It makes their hearts happy. We have a culture, history of music in Avalon, and we have a responsibility to our visitors to entertain them. It's always been that way. We had street performers since day one. I know we don't have as many nowadays, but we have a lot of street shows that are really, I'm getting a lot of good feedback as far as that goes. It soothes the mind. It makes people's hearts happy, and it fills their lives with rhythm and love, and there's nothing wrong with that. Let's see. Okay, I wanted to ask about the underwater art exhibit at the dive park. Can anybody tell me about that?
I would ask the harbor master, maybe he has if he has any update on that. Maybe to the attorney.
All I know is that the agreement's been signed.
Really? Well, they better get that in there, because it's getting to be storm season, and we don't.
And they have to put it out. I think we put a date. I think it's either November 1st or November 30th. But so the agreement's been signed. It's been over a month, so there's nothing preventing them from.
Okay. What about the sinkholes on South Beach? Can anybody tell me about that?
Yes, and maybe the director can tell you. Thank you for bringing that up, council member.
No problem. We need to get that sand replenishment back in. So if you could just give me in the community an update about what we're doing on South Beach, because that's our prize beach right there, and it looks terrible, and it's downright not good.
Correct. We're playing the tides. It looks like we're going to start tomorrow evening and start excavating and sealing it off. I don't know if you're aware, but a few months back we had a similar problem, and we repaired everything from south heading north to that one spot. That's where we left off.
Right.
So our plan is to attack this on an emergency basis and get those that seawall fortified with concrete down there so that the waves don't break underneath them. And if the tide is good for us, we're going to start it tomorrow evening, during the evening. It's a good day, no cruise ship, and it should be good, but regardless, we got to get it. We've been monitoring it. It hasn't gotten worse, but something we got to get. And on the good note, yesterday we opened up the RFPs for the sedimentation study that you all approved.
Right. Would that be all the material in the harbor that seems to be shifting around?
Yeah. You and I have discussed the bathymetric study.
Yes. Absolutely.
This is going to oversee that, and it's going to tell us how we can get all that sand back towards the seawall, so that we don't have sinkholes.
So do we have an expert look at that? Is that what we did?
Oh yes, we have oceanic engineers that
good.
have bid the project. In 2 weeks, I'm going to come to you for a recommendation to award the study.
That'd be wonderful.
We're reviewing the proposals as we speak, And there's just a $11,000 difference between the two proposals, but we want to make sure that
That's not to get, that's just to
that's
get the
not the issue.
proposals and get the thing engineered.
yes, sir.
So do we have any idea what the problems are, or did you discuss it with them, or are they doing that?
That's what the study is going to prove.
Okay.
We're going to analyze the effects of Catalina Express propellers.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to analyze the effects of a couple walls that were removed over by that channel that comes
Yeah,
through.
right, by the flood
That is-
wash over there.
That is added to the problem. And as you'll notice, the ocean's been moving. It's kicking up rocks underneath the pier.
Yeah,
We're gonna
right
figure
under
out-
Joe's Rent-A-Boat, right by there. Yeah,
Yes, sir. We're going to figure out how that's happening or why it's happening.
yeah. It's like it's a lot shallower there now. I hear it was used to be like 10, 12, 15 feet deep there, and
Yeah.
now it's like on low tide, it's like four
Yeah,
feet.
it's
5
very
feet deep.
unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
And the bad thing is the sand has been taken out to the ocean, and our seawall is exposed, and that's why we're having these sinkholes.
Yeah.
We got to get some sand back against the seawall like
Yeah.
the old days.
I agree, and that would that way we could. You could actually, when I was a kid, you used to be able to step from
Yes, sir.
from the top beach down to the lower beach, and there was maybe a foot to 18 inches of drop there.
It was
at
fantastic.
the
Yeah, the city manager and I were looking at some old photos just
Yeah.
yesterday, and
most. Be nice if we could get our beach back, because you could actually at high tide you could actually go over there and
it'd be so nice.
Yeah.
It really would. And that's our objective, to get it back. Of course, funding and things, are going to preclude any of that, but
yeah.
we're going to come to you with some solutions here pretty quick.
That would be great.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully, we can do that by next summer. I mean, that's my dream, but we'll see if that happens.
That'd be
we'll
nice.
work
But
hard
the,
for it.
the sinkholes are going to be addressed within the next few days.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Dan.
And given, if I may, Mayor, given the fact that we view this as a public safety issue, so we're going to do what we have to do to fix the holes. We're going to use the equipment that we have to use to fix the holes, because we don't want people injured or
Correct.
or hurt in some manner. So the director knows that we're going to do what
Okay.
we got to do to make that happen.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What was that study called, Dennis?
Pardon me?
What was that study called?
It had a long name.
Bathymetric.
Sedimentation.
The what?
Sedimentation
Okay.
and oceanic hydro-pneumatic study of the waters and how the
Got
sand's
it.
coming in. Had a long title.
Okay, I've got one other thing I want to talk about. Thank you, Dennis. And that would be fresh water. I want to know what our short-term plan is. What I'm seeing is the island company's taking water from the golf course in their water buffaloes. They have water trucks. I don't know why we're not doing that. I don't know why we're not giving the community water from our well, which we get water for free from. We should be taking water and distributing it. We should also be distributing fresh water, drinkable water as well. I think we need to start budgeting money for the community and start relieving some of the pressure that people are under right now. Because if they're under pressure, we're under pressure. I know I'm getting a lot of heat from this constantly. People want to know what the city's doing. I mean, 2-3 years is like, that's a long ways away. That's the only relief we're promising people right now. Do we have a short-term plan for, like within the next 2 months of what we're doing about the water problem?
May I, sir?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
One of the topics that we've asked Edison to discuss with us at our next meeting is those short-term steps that can and should be taken to relieve the problem that you have described. The issue of the wells in the canyon, whether they be for domestic or that is potable or non-potable water, and drafts out of that, we're looking carefully at that because there's some environmental quality CEQA issues that we need to evaluate whoever is doing it, whether it's a company or it's us or whatever.
Well, they're doing it for them. We need to do it for us.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And as you have pointed out, to draw down in an aquifer needs to, for further distribution, needs to be evaluated environmentally, and we'll do that. But the purpose of the meeting, in part, is to, at the next meeting that we have with Edison, is to address those concerns that council members, all of you, have said. What are the near term, right now, things that can be done? And that's the questions that we are asking them as our water provider. what are things that we can do, and then there may be things independently, as you've described, that we can do. But we'll be bringing to you on the 18th that full report on
Okay.
the immediate, midterm, and long term.
We got to start thinking about that. So either giving water away or starting a co-op where people will participate in it, and we get some good quality drinking water, and people can come and get it. Maybe we can distribute it right out front here. Get a couple truckloads of water, but we need to start doing something. I'll tell you right now. And I've also heard that the Island Company is possibly going to start sharing some of their water that they're getting from their wells up here for non-potable use, for washing your vehicles, your houses if you have them, watering your gardens,
Yes, sir.
your landscape. I think that would be a heck of a relief too, because people are going to do that. They're going to do it whether we give them water or not, and which means it's going to suck down on our water table. Hamilton Cove needs some relief. The lake at Middle Ranch is getting really low right now, which means the water is getting a lot more minerally, and it doesn't taste that great. I mean, our desalination water is wonderful. It's delicious. It's drinkable right out of the tap. It's not that way at Hamilton Cove. It's a little bit different. They need some relief as well. But I think it's really important that we explore where the water is underneath this canyon right here, because it's free water. It's our water, and we should be drilling wells on our property and taking that water and using it freely. And even if we put it back into the system, that's great. But if we can use it, the non-potable water, and it's accessible, we should be using it. We should be accessing it. And same with what's going on up in the canyon. We should have a water buffalo over here. I mean, what I'm saying is that we need to start exploring leasing a water truck so that we can relieve some of the pressure on this community. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And in regard to the company's proposal to have non-potable water, that I believe is before the Planning Commission on is it tomorrow? No, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. October 19th. So that proposal is going forward to the Planning Commission for review and action. And but your other suggestions are ones that
What I would personally rather not be beholden to any stakeholder in this community.
Understand.
We should be independent of that. We should be ones that are providing the community with water, not the Island Company.
I understand, sir.
Yeah, that's our job.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Olson.
Thank you, ma'am. I will be attending the California League of California Cities meeting in Long Beach starting Wednesday. It's over Friday. Also, this morning I noticed our street sweeper go down Marilla, and it appeared to me all it did was disturb the dust and leave a dust cloud behind it. Could we look into that? I mean, it's kind of like...
We certainly don't want to be the perpetrator of that, Mayor Pro Tem, so the street
They
sweeper.
didn't make it to our street.
Yeah, they make it to our street
I think
today.
it made it to some
They were probably busy up on
As
Metro.
Tony told me.
I don't know what the schedule is. And one other thing, since the relocation of the taxi stand up to Upper Metropole, I noticed that the two taxi zones at the top by the community church now appear to be taxi parking areas. Sunday morning I was greeting at church, and there was a cab parked across the street, and for the half hour that was greeting, there was no people in it. It never went anyplace. I thought the taxi zones were loading and unloading zones. They weren't intended for parking. That's also where our buses are supposed to stop.
Yes,
I noticed a bus go by a couple times and he couldn't stop. So if we could communicate with them.
That's a very good point, and to the point where you're both talking to Councilmember Sampson, you about the parking on Metropole. The plan had been approved, but we understand we're in Avalon. After we implement, there are issues. So we're going to be looking at that. I know the director, the planning director, we're going to be looking at this information is very good, and we know that our community is very interested because we hear from them also. And so we're going to have to look at the plan again and see how we can address the issues that you are referring to and they have referred to us.
And one other little thing is the alleyway behind Little Vaughn's is really a mess.
The alleyway behind. Okay.
Yeah, it needs to be steam
I
cleaned.
thought I saw them the other day, Doug. They were there the other day. Yesterday, as a matter of fact.
They must have walked through after I walked through yesterday.
They waited to.
Check my shoes out. Check the shoes. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
To add to the Metropole parking change, which I do think is good, but I mentioned to the city manager today that time limits on those spaces needs to be looked at, because now people are parking there all day long. There's some 20 minutes, of course, but I think just to figure out that balance, I don't know if our intent is for people to be able to drive to work and park in front of their building. I know there are a couple of residents there that I don't know how we consider those folks. I'm thinking of Ralph Morrow in particular. And I don't know if he has off-street parking. I don't know what the situation is. But if you could also look at time limits when you're looking at all of that, would be good.
Mayor, and just to, as you know, in the municipal code, the traffic engineer is the traffic committee. It is the police. It is the police. Our sheriff.
Oh.
It's the planning. It's code enforcement, and it's who did I miss?
City manager.
City manager.
The city manager, yes. but it's so we are now taking those issues along with advice that we hear, and they will be looking at these issues so we get a comprehensive view to address the concerns that you're talking about.
Right. Okay. Perfect. Stop signs on Clemente. I noticed they were put up, and
I just noticed that today too,
Okay.
as I drove right through it.
perhaps we should notify the public before we just put them up. But anyway, they are up. I know some of the people on Clemente are very excited about that. Let's hope that works and it slows them down and it cuts the dust as well when people aren't going as fast. So thank you, Public Works, for getting those put in, and the sheriffs for their input on that one. Last week, I had the opportunity to attend the State of Marijuana Convention aboard the Queen Mary. It was 2 full days of panels, and from congressmen, city council members, physicians, cultivators, investment people. It was quite amazing, and I mean, I'll be happy to talk to any of you in private about it. It was pretty intense. But one of the things I think that I take away from that is Proposition 59 and Proposition 64 are quite extensive and deal with a lot of different issues on the cannabis front. And I just hope whatever you decide, make an informed decision by reading those, because I just say be informed before you vote or when you vote. And then the next day, I went to the Eric Garcetti, Mayor Garcetti's mayor's meeting in the city of Cudahy, which I thought was quite fascinating. That city is 1 square mile, a little over 1 square mile, and they have 25,000 people. So if we think we're impacted, you ain't seen nothing yet. But it was the best one because they had a taco truck and the food was incredible. But what Mayor Garcetti mainly talked about was Measure M, which is the metro measure, and Measure A, which is the safe, clean neighborhoods, parks, and beaches, blah, blah. Again, read those. I mean, there's going to be a lot of information coming to you when you get your packets to vote, but there's a lot of good information, and again, I think it's just time to really be informed. I think you're going to talk about your meeting on Friday, right? The fixer meeting. Yeah. You're going to talk about that, right? Okay. And I would just, also in talking about water, the deer and the antelope, the deer and the bison and the horses. I talked to the gentleman about the watering the bison out there, and they're feeding them alfalfa hay now because there's no food. But some of us, I'm sure, got a note from Jackie Warner about the water that's not available out there in the interior, their allocation for water for the horses, and that's pretty dire too. And I'm not sure, along with what you're talking about, Joe, how we could help. And also the deer in town, they are thirsty, and it's bad enough they don't have anything to eat. But you know, it doesn't hurt to die of starvation, but it really hurts to die of thirst. And they tell people that are dying that's, you know, so if any way we can try to work with the Conservancy and the Island Company, wherever property is, to try to help the little
State of California. We should probably try to reach out to the state of California and see if we can
fish
actually.
and wildlife. Yeah.
Yes.
Fishing game.
Yeah. They changed their name. Oh, they're fancy. And we had talked about reaching out to them, but it's terrible. And the only thing else I would like to say as I end is Bob Sheehy today took his last boat ride off the island. And he's going back home, so we wish him a safe and peaceful passage. Okay, that's all.
That's great.
Presentations. And I think this is Jim Luchahan. I know it is Jim Luchahan.
I don't know if Dudley's in back there, or do I need to?
We'll knock on the window and wait.
He's doing it. He's doing it. I can see now. All right. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This is my second time in front of you in my official capacity of providing an annual report. Last year when I was here, I was reporting on a year that had begun before I even was hired and finished under my watch. Now you're getting a report for a year that was fully under my watch. And there's been considerable change in that year, and I'll do my best to call out some of those points. I also heard loud and clear that I took too much time last year. So I've done my best to edit it down to just what will hopefully really resonate with you and the residents of the community tonight. So I'll get myself in order here. Okay. There we go. So I'll just do some highlights on the year in review, and then I'll talk a little bit about the current fiscal year, which we began July 1. And I should take just a moment to acknowledge, too, we have up here in the front row with me tonight our chair this year, Julie Beauvais, and one of our newest staff members, Kathy Miller. If you haven't gotten a chance to meet Kathy yet, she moved here 3 months ago because she just hit her 90 days. She's officially on board. She's past her 90-day interim period, and she's our Director of Sales and Marketing. So back to the presentation. I'll do mostly year in review, hit the highlights of the recently completed audit, and then just a little bit of foreshadowing on what we're working on for this coming year. And most of what I'll be presenting is similar to what I shared at our 67th annual meeting for our membership, but it will now include the details from our auditors as well. So the logos you see here on the page represent the professional organizations that we belong to and with which we regularly participate in either learning opportunities or opportunities to do more to market the island. We are a nonprofit organization that provides destination marketing organization services on behalf of the city of Avalon and businesses located on the island. And we're also a chamber of commerce providing traditional membership-based services. Our fiscal year runs concurrent with the cities, so we ended June 30, just like you guys did. And on the next slide here, this is actually a duplicate slide from last year that provides a history of transient occupancy tax collection, specifically as it relates to the city of Avalon. And I felt it was worth leaving in there because throughout the year I still find myself having to speak to many members of the community about how it is structured, why certain funds come to us. And I won't bother reading all of the detail there for you. You can read it. It's in your packets, and the members of the public are welcome to come by and get a printout if they can't read it online. But in a nutshell, through previously through previous chamber-led, voter-approved initiatives in the city of Avalon, the current structure was put into place, which is the 22% of the annual collected coming to us for destination marketing services. So, if you just slice our fiscal year into its various pieces, advertising is, of course, one of our major spending areas, and we are evolving just as the whole world is evolving in our use of technology more and more in where we place those ads. So, internet and digital this year is up. We're over 75% of our advertising budget went to that. Print does have a baseline for us still at 20%. Often we can't get some of the digital programs we want unless we buy the related print. So something like LA Weekly, where we promote the concert series, they want us to be in their print publication to get in their e-newsletter, as an example. And then we keep a 5% line for contingency, and I chose one of the contingency items as our visual example there This year, through a generous offer from Cat Beverage, we had an opportunity to put beautiful graphics on their trucks that traverse the highways over town and then ride on the barge over here. So we did that with some of those contingency funds and are very grateful for that opportunity. It's amazing exposure that we get from that. This past year, we launched a new website. If you haven't been on it, I would encourage you please to do so. It's an evolving animal. We got enough content up there to turn it live, but every day there's new content going live on there. We're working on it diligently and always will. It will never be done. That's the nature of a good website, is that it is always dynamic and always growing. Through that launch, we have implemented a lot better number of web sessions. We're up 4.17% in web sessions. We've dramatically decreased our bounce rate. Our old website was subject to a lot of bouncing by virtue of how it was structured. And we've seen a 73% increase in the number of pages visitors are using on our website. So they're digging deep, and that's good. That's what we want to do, is hold them there as long as we can. We're in the midst of CEO audit and have yet to adopt any changes that are recommended in, SEO audit, which is search engine optimization for those who don't live in the abbreviations world that I do every day. And we're going to do everything we can to maintain and or improve where we rank in both organic and paid search. That will be the objectives of that outcome. And of course, the new site and a lot of other things we're doing are reflective of the increasing use of mobile. Whether it's in the trip planning stage or in market, people are really depending more and more on their smartphones as the place they're doing it. So our new website is completely mobile responsive. We've also launched a texting alert program now. So in addition to having our newsletters, people can sign up for text alerts if they'd like to. And the call to action for that has been in our Thursday updates for a few weeks. And if anyone hasn't spotted it, let me know. We'll show you where it is so you can sign up as well. And it's still in the testing phase. So if you're signing up this early, you got to be tolerant with us while we send you a few test texts just to make sure it's all what we want it to be. We have continued this year with our co-op program, in which 3 major partners come together, each contributing about $100,000 for programs that give us primary position on TripAdvisor and in retargeting emails and also on Facebook posts that promote events and activities coming up on the island, always in a running foreshadowing fashion. So you may, if you're on your own Facebook pages, have seen increasingly where there's like a constant message, and it'll say very subtly on there, promoted ad or promoted text, and that's what we're doing as one of those examples. We also this year worked with the partners to relaunch cable advertising placements for the first time in a couple of years. We are back on TV. Most of that campaign is completed for the year. It was a spring campaign to drive people for summer and fall visitation. And one of the advantages to doing a cable buy versus a network buy is we can really, really zero in on the demographics that we want to reach. So we literally looked at a map of the entire Los Angeles and Orange County DMAs and said, we want this neighborhood, and this neighborhood, and this neighborhood, because we knew those were the ones that were most likely to be able to come here. So very targeted, very exacting placement. We continue with our print publications like a visitor guide, our maps and brochures, and rack cards, and those are distributed all over the state. We also have video promotion going on in California Welcome Centers, and they're now in all 10 of the California Welcome Center locations. So above racks, they have big flat screen monitors that run on a reel. There's a Disneyland promo, a SeaWorld promo, and a Catalina Island promo as examples that are running there. They're sound free. So we don't get to have the auditory factor, but at least they're visually stunning, and our visitor guide is right underneath that. So it's a quick relationship call to action. We hosted over 40 media outlets on the island this past year. One of those logos you saw earlier was NATJA, North American Travel Journalists Association. They held their global conference this past year in Oxnard, California. Through some of my old connections to Ventura County, we were invited to be a host destination for a pre-conference FAM trip, familiarization trip. So we hosted many journalists from NATJA here then, and we're seeing that reap benefits every day. We're getting more and more articles coming out, more and more video posts. There's some television that's going to come out of that coming up soon. So really great opportunity that afforded us. In total, we hosted over 70 people on the island, between photojournalists, journalists, travel bloggers, and so on, not just within ATJA, 70 over the course of the fiscal year. We continue to attend many of the same trade shows that we have refined over the years and believe that they're really still the ones that deliver for us. We'll continue to revisit that and see if digital continues to grow at the scale it does. It may be that consumer and industry trade shows are less valuable, but right now they still seem to be holding on with good attendance for the ones we're going to, and so for right now we're keeping them there. And we also administered on behalf of the city 20 film permits in the past fiscal year. More than 20, but 20 that really delivered for us, I'll say. All of our contractors whom you see outlined here have gone through another review this year. We've looked at either minor tweaks or done detailed rewrites of our contracts. We had a few specific changes this year that I'll just call your attention to. Searle Creative, you'll see on there. We used to have TriNet that provided our website services and hosted our website. And when we went out for the RFP for a new website, TriNet elected not to bid on that and elected to resign their position from us. So we moved it over to Searle, who was the winner of that bid. Cat Tech is really largely the same animal, but that's Daniel Kennard, whom you know in town, who provides IT services and used to do it under a different name, and now he's doing it under the name Cat Tech. Prism is who manages the webcam service, for which you see a sample image there. We have beautiful sunrises that any of you can always go look at, or you can share at any point during a major event in our town if you want to. It's a downloadable high-def image that you are welcome to. It's public domain as far as we're concerned, because it does have our logo in the corner of it. No matter what you do, you got the logo there. And then Christy Lynn's accounting joined us toward the end of last year and has made just a phenomenal impact on how well we can now report out to our board and any stakeholders that want to, and how we're dealing with our accounts payable. So, as I said, it's been a really eventful year for us, and on the budget and finance front, that's no different. I just told you about Christy Lynn's coming on board. We adopted, in time for the fiscal year that just ended, a new chart of accounts, a substantially smaller chart of accounts, and created new classifications. And Councilmember Olson, you were ringing in my ears throughout that process, because one of the first meetings you and I ever had was wanting to be able to clearly designate, what is destination marketing funding and activity versus what are the functions of what we ended up calling commerce as the other major class. So we have one fiscal year with those classifications under our belt. And admittedly, we're going to need to do just a little bit of refining. Now that we've gone through an audit, we learned a couple of little misfires there, but I think we're on board for having year-over-year comparables on that are really going to be great going forward. So please take note of the fact that we received about $1.1 million in TOT for the fiscal year, and we spent more than that. You'll see in particular on the next slide, if you calculate the entire amount, it was well over $1.1 million that we spent on destination marketing alone. Our earned revenue for the past fiscal year was around $500,000. So we had lots of other money that we used for non-destination marketing services, and in many cases used it to supplement the cost of our destination marketing services. Our social media activity has really ramped up in the course of the last year, combined, so admittedly with some duplication, but combined now on Facebook alone, we have over 80,000 followers on the pages that we manage. And some of our individual shares from that webcam, by the way, on Facebook have gotten 35,000 views and several hundred reshares. So it's reaping benefit for us. So on this pie chart, you'll see how the auditors have placed the carve-up of our expenses under some of the main categories. So they are management at $318,500, programs and events at $194,000. Visitor services at $100,000, so $200,100, and then marketing at $1,001,300,000. The total revenue per the audited financials was $1,674,200. And from that, as I mentioned earlier, the revenue from the city was $1,130,000. You will see at some points in different presentations that we deliver or different places where we give our financials that there's two references to the city's amount. One, the $1,130,000, and one that's a little bit less than that. And it's because the rent waiver that we receive is considered city income. So in some places it's included as the income, in other places they're talking about purely TOT. And I know for me, when I reviewed the audited financials, that was kind of a disconnect, so I wanted to point it out for you as well. Our budget was $1.7 million in a round number versus that 1.6 that you see here, but the budget included items that the auditors then moved over as prepaid expenses. So that's where that difference lies as well. So as I just mentioned, there at the top you see what our budget was. I won't go through all the budget details, but they're in your packets if you want to see the overarching categories for that, where we placed budget allocations this year. And I will acknowledge that we did have a board approval to move $41,000 this past year from reserves into our regular checking account to help cover the visitor center renovation expenses. So on this pie chart, you'll see that our total visitor-driven revenue for the city, and these are based on city numbers, so I won't go in great detail here because you've already seen them from Mr. Mesher when he prepared them a few months ago. But through May, total visitor-driven revenues for the city were up 4.6%, with TOT revenues up by 6.6% at about $4.3 million that you see above. Admission taxes were down slightly by 1.5%. Harbor use fees were up by 8.3%. Sales taxes were up by 5.1%. Wharfage fees for cross-channel carriers were up 3.1%. Wharfage fees for cruise ships are up about 2.8% for that portion of the fiscal year. And soon we'll have the June numbers in hand, and both Mr. Mesher and I will gladly share them as soon as we have them in hand for all the world to see. Our visitor counts, you've seen this slide before. My predecessor always had it in his presentations. I continue to use it and to add to it. Visitor counts continue to grow for the most part. If you look at if you look at a multi-year trend, they continue to grow. However, for the fiscal year measurement, the cross-channel carrier counts were down slightly on a year-to-date basis, and we can go back and look at the weather events of the first quarter and say exactly that's when we lost that. We were on pace after that, and we lost it there, and we didn't regain it at other points in the year, unfortunately. The cruise ships, while they also suffered from some of those cancellations, either by virtue of more demand or rescheduled services, they did manage to trump the prior year in the number of disembarkations coming to the island. So on the cruise ship front we grew, but on the cross-channel we shrunk just a little bit. The hotel occupancy that you see there is on the far right. The chart on the left represents the full fiscal year. The one on the right is like the previous slide. That's only through May because that's the most recent data that we have. And hotel occupancy was highest once again in August. That's been solid for many years. That's our most occupied month. And 82.5%. And the lowest was January. Again, a solid trend. That January is usually our darkest month as far as activity in hotel occupancy goes at 33.2%. Our annualized occupancy, therefore, was down from 60% last fiscal year to 54% this fiscal year through May. So don't have the June numbers in hand yet. I think anecdotally from what I was seeing in June, we still had quite a bit of fog. We didn't have as many cancellations, but we're such a weather-driven destination that I don't think June is going to move that needle very much as far as occupancy goes when we get it. I think the numbers will be pretty close to being these numbers. So last year we adopted a new mission statement and some clearly articulated goals, and you see those goals outlined here. including the renovations of the visitor center and to really create more of a visitor services hub inside the visitor center, and that's an ongoing task, but we're well on our way. The new chart of accounts that I mentioned to expand our committee structure and the number of participants in our committees, and to have more and improved events and to launch a group attraction program, a concentrated sales and marketing effort to bring more groups to the island is what that means. And I'm happy to report success on all of those. We managed to complete and or launch every single one of those programs in the fiscal year. And in fact, just to drill down on a little bit of detail on that, on the last item there, to do more events and to bring more group attraction to the island. In a round number, we've had 40 RFPs go out since the mid-year launch of the group sales activity, and had group co-op partners come to the table with around $30,000 of their money that they added to the pot. That gave us a total of $73,000 to go out and do marketing and promotion of this as a group's destination. And from the first two groups that were booked alone, the room revenue was around $34,000 combined for the two hotels that picked up those two groups. So an excellent return on those partners' investment and an excellent return to our community for the money that we spent. And that's only the beginning. When I say those that booked, this is business that's already completed. But often in this realm, you're looking at something that's 6 months, 8 months, a year out. So we won't know the real revenue on those other ones until we're further down the road. On the events side, I was happy to hear you mentioning, Joe, a little earlier, your happiness with so many members of the community that are being supportive of the live music scene and especially the local music scene, and we're happy to be one of the partners that's helping to do that. This year we changed up our entire music calendar. We moved it earlier and we kept it later instead of just concentrating on the summer with the intent of making it more of a visitor attraction than a visitor service. It will always be a visitor service. The visitors will always enjoy it when they're here, and if they just happen upon it, that's wonderful. But by partnering with LA Weekly and by moving some of those dates out or partnering with other events going on the island, we thought we could turn it into more of a visitor attraction. As a micro example of that, one of the most recent ones was the weekend of the, I just lost
Wine Mixer?
The Outrigger Crossing, where we had Taimani Gardner, who has repeatedly performed with us, come, so Hawaiian music on a Hawaiian-themed event weekend. And the Kalama Brothers, who would have been here with them, were just another act that we got to add to the stage. So we had hours of music instead of just a short time, and it was just a win for all parties concerned. So we're going to keep hopefully going forward on that. We'll have our debriefing with Ray from Exceptional Music in a few days, and we'll know more about the next year. But from my perspective, the longer season worked for us. And to that end, at our annual meeting in July, we honored Jazz Tracks for 30 years of bringing visitors to the community by naming them the Business of the Year. And I know you're going to acknowledge them next, so more motivation for me to be fast here. So we are, in the new fiscal year, we are in the midst of our annual membership drive, and we are picking up new members. We are working to continue to expand our volunteer program. We also have adopted a new volunteer manual this recent year. We needed that for our workers' comp insurance, and so we had to work on that and got that all done now. We're almost done with our visitor guide advertising. We're actually growing significantly in the number of ads in our visitor guide this year. We've had to add pages, so and we had to add pages last year, so that's a good thing. We are continuing to promote new, bigger, and better banner ads on our website now. The new website gave us a lot more places to have ads and to host bigger ads. And we're always looking for content for features and coupons for the Thursday updates, which we've also just relaunched in a new design. And we're getting a lot of popular comment about people finding it much more readable and really liking the way it looks. And in the next few weeks, we're going to be working diligently on winter holiday and seasonal promotional events planning. And always have our committees there, and I called them out, and there's a phone number up on the right. If anyone's interested by anything that's there, they're welcome to call us up and get on board with that. We're also working on a short-term thing, but I think an exciting one. You may be aware that the U.S. government recently acknowledged the bison as the national mammal, and we have now what used to be just a small celebration in North Dakota, National Bison Day, is now literally national. It's a federally recognized celebration. We're getting on board. We're going to have an Instagram photo contest, not just of live bison. We don't want people getting injured. But of bison-themed things. We're working on a bison burger trail. We're working on a buffalo milk. Since it wasn't named bison, we'll keep the name that's there. But buffalo milk guide, all the places you can go to have that. And the Instagram contest, we believe, will go live tomorrow. We're dealing with some technological foibles, but it'll go live, be live for 30 days. There'll be various prizes from national suppliers all the way down to local vendors for those images. And one of our most popular social media posts this last year was just a picture of a bison. So we think there's some traction here.
And I'm sorry if I missed it. What is National Bison Day? What day is it?
It is November
7th.
7th. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Didn't have it in my notes, so I have to submit it for it. But we got about a month before it's actually here. And there you go. Okay. So here you see on the white screen our board roster that I showed you last year with some lines through it, and that represents all of the seats that changed in this past year. I told you early on that it had been a year of big change, but when you actually look at the fact that we had 9 of our 19 board seats change in one fiscal year, that's pretty significant. It's not a bad thing. It's an opportunity for growth and change, and on the right you see some of the new members there. So Levent Alcabe from Cat Bev came on board, Tony Budrovich from the Conservancy, and that wasn't just a supplement. Like it's not like Ann was there before him. He actually did join the board himself. Ron Haidt from Southern California Edison, our new city manager, of course, and Angela Puchala from Catalina Express, and Thomas Salinas from Catalina Island Vacation Rentals, Ashley Villarama from U.S. Bank, and Todd Wade from Two Harbors. Some of those are dedicated seats, like the city manager seat, so they're changing heads. But new energy, new blood, new opportunity, and we're really looking forward to working with all of these new partners. And I would be remiss if I got to the end, because I'm almost at the end, without acknowledging the importance of our volunteers and interns this past year. Many of you know that we worked hard with Google this year to do trekking and mapping of all of our city streets and all of our trails, or almost all of our trails on the island, the ones that are readily navigable. And we could not have done that without the help of some really hard-working folks. So 2 young men in the community, Justice Ramming and Nick Wood, gave a lot of hours on tracking and mapping our city streets. I also took a few turns wearing the almost 60-pound backpack. Wow. Glad that they were here to help us, because we got some steep hills when you're carrying 60 pounds. And then Laura Roll from the Conservancy was the primary and really the only one on foot for all of the trails in the interior of the island. And so, you know, if you see Laura out there and she looks like she's got really muscular legs, I promise you she does. She carried that pack everywhere, hill and dale. And we're waiting every moment for the next email from Google to say all that footage is live, and it's not all. There's a few pieces that have gone up, but the big launch is not yet here. We'll certainly be celebrating and sharing it with everyone when we know it is. Also in the visitor center, where we had to move out for the renovations and work out of a tent and do a lot of improvisational things, we had incredible help this year, not only during that process, but also during the loss of some staff from Rose Ellen Gardner. And I know most of you know her in the community, and we literally couldn't have done it without her. She was a lifesaver for us this summer, and so she deserves great praise and great respect from us all for that. So, in closing, I'll leave you with just a few takeaways. While occupancy and visitation faltered a bit this past year, on a multi-year trend, we continue to be moving upward. We are in need of more frequent and more detailed information from the city in order to be responsive to our business community. I know Mr. Mesher feels probably like I'm a thorn in his side sometimes, but I'm trying to be the one who's going to the well instead of having the 40 or so come and bother him. And so, and he's been most gracious and most receptive to my pleas. So I don't mean to put him in a bad light at all, but we really do need the information, and as timely and concurrently as we can get it. We regularly are called upon to provide that information to appraisers, to auditors, to real estate developers who are helping our members of the hospitality community to either refinance their places of business or to figure out how to put them on the market if they're choosing to do that. At the harbor, we want to work this coming year with our harbor staff to figure out how we can do a little more tracking with regard to those who are using the moorings. If we can begin to know where they're coming from, how long they're staying, their home zip codes and so on, like we know about so many of the other visitors to the island, that would be great. In our visitor profile study, I moved quickly over that paragraph here that we did launch this past year. We have 3/4 of that completed. That'll give us some of that data, but we've got them captive. It's a gateway. We can probably get some more data out of them while they're here. And let me see. By the end of December, if I'm remembering correctly, we will be done with that visitor profile and demographic study. So early in the new calendar year, I'll be able to bring you the full body of the results. And water, of course, is a constant concern for our members, as I know it is for every one of you and for every one of us who live here. But I would be remiss if I didn't stand here and tell you that the decisions that our businesses are making now will have long-term impacts on us already. Decisions not to hire key positions, decisions not to take future reservations, decisions to remove inventory from vacation rental properties because they see the writing on the wall that if they use more water now, they're going to be in a penalty and it reduces their return, or just the fear that they're doing the scary math and saying, we're going to be in stage 4 before we get relief from this. Why would I renovate my property? Why would I do those things if it's going to get worse? So not trying to go Chicken Little on you, but I don't meet with a business owner in the community where that isn't the first line of conversation. That's just a fact. We want to be a valued partner in bringing future large events to the island, and that's a large part of why we've brought Kathy here. So she's going to keep working hard to help us do that. And we think the opportunities that are looming out there for us with recent dialogue with members of the cruise industry hold great promise for us. There's a lot of really exciting stuff coming down the pipe as far as future calls on us from some of those lines that our business community are always naming, that they're wishing would come here. Some of them probably are now. Can't quite say they are, but probably are. And finally, we're committed to working with our local arts groups. I know the mayor and I have had a conversation that happened to take place just before we went into full board summer, so kind of got crazy, but I've got my file folder on the desk. I keep sort of moving it around, Annie, and I promise I'm going to get back to it because we want to hold a community meeting with our local arts groups to improve their sustainability and their ability to attract visitors to their events, activities, and facilities. So we'll be working on hosting that very shortly. And don't know where it was in my notes, so I'll just do the commercial here at the end. If you haven't caught wind of it somehow, we are hosting here at City Hall tomorrow at 9 a.m. What we call a fixer. We began doing fixers late last year in addition to mixers. Fixers are free to the public to attend, at least the ones we've done so far are. And they are not limited to our membership. Any member of the community or any business in the community is welcome to come. And this one will address the water-saving things that we can all do in our businesses, for that matter in our homes, but primarily with the focus being on business this time. And what are the hacks that people have already come up with? Who's diverting water out of their ice machine? How many gallons of water are they getting from it? Who's diverting water out of the drip line from their air conditioner? What are they doing with that water? What are you putting in the mop bucket? Is it that water? Is it the water bottles that a patron has left half consumed on your table? So I think we're going to hear some really exciting things. We have some brand new members who will be coming to their first event by us just to share their ideas and their products. So it won't be just the same 6 of us, I promise, all talking to each other. There's going to be some new blood in the room and new ideas too. And with that, I'll be quiet because I already took longer than I promised I would, and wait for any questions from you.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. That's pretty complete. I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I just have one.
Uh-huh.
You were talking about other cruise lines coming, and they seem to be coming without that birthing facility. And I know that Mr. Wilson had said he would give us $10,000 so we could somebody could go to Florida and talk about the financing of how that would be financed and whatever. And that's been a few months, and we haven't moved on that one way or the other. And I just maybe.
Well, as far as that goes, my understanding was we were waiting till the new city manager was here.
Okay. Okay.
So that we will revisit. And Mr. Wilson has just been in this past week and a half at one of the big cruise industry shows. Thus, my foreshadowing that I know about. And with regard to the birthing facility, I don't want to speak too much out of turn because we need to go have those meetings before we really know. But it's largely about the size of the ship, and several cruise lines who are considering calling on us, likely will be calling on us soon, have invested in a lot of new product that's really large, which is giving them smaller units that they're repositioning or putting onto new calls. That's where we're seeing this opportunity.
Okay.
Others in the industry are skipping right over that phase, and they're taking those to totally emerging markets. We're not an emerging market. We're an established market. We're a known entity. They're taking them into China. They're taking them into India. They're rebranding them under totally other names. And that those small boats are not coming back to the established markets. So in a nutshell, that's kind of that difference in that conversation, because tenders take a lot of time, and the bigger the ship, the longer it takes to put everybody in a tender.
Right.
So
Right. Okay, good. I knew we hadn't forgot about it. We haven't forgotten about it, but I couldn't remember when we were going to bring it back. So good. You're here.
If I could comment and say that the first work that we're doing is at the mole itself to as you know, you've authorized to refurbish the understructure. Secondly, if we're going to look at a new facility on top, as Mr. Jake points out to me, the Director of Public Works, that we need to be sure that whatever we do in the understructure will support whatever we do on the top, and that what that form will be is not yet known, and that would be then the good time as part of maybe I'll use the term charrette, is to examine those opportunities that may exist to see how they might fit with a new revised updated mole.
Right.
So that's
Great. Good. That was very thorough. Thank you. Any comments or questions from the audience? No. Okay.
all right. Thank you.
Mayor, I apologize for I just want to make one comment. Jim talks about water being an issue, and I think what my read from the City Council and from the community is that help is on the way in the near term, that this city is very motivated in the area of doing the immediate, short term, long term, and so we're very motivated. I also wanted to say that in regard to finance, I think that we have an outstanding finance department. With the resources that it has had to date, they've done a remarkable job. You have done with your leadership over the last couple of years, and with the added staff that you've authorized, that they'll have even increased capabilities. So I'm very proud of what I've found here with our finance department.
Great. Thank you. Okay, a proclamation. Did you have one as well? Oh, that's what yours. This is yours. Okay, we have a proclamation to be sent. This is a proclamation for Art Good, the founder of Jazz Tracks, and this is their 30th year. So we would like to read this, and are you going to, Jim, you coming up with me? No, I don't have, the City of Avalon will be presenting their proclamation at, is that in there? No. At Jazz Track on the first week of each weekend, 11 days on each weekend. But why don't you read it?
Okay. Now that I stuck my fingers all over my glasses. As I mentioned earlier, we honored Jazz Tracks as our Business of the Year, and Supervisor Don Kanabi's office sent this proclamation, but it arrived just a little too late for presentation at our annual meeting. So it says, the County of Los Angeles Art Good Jazz Tracks Business of the Year for 2016, honored by the Catalina Island Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Bureau, with sincere congratulations and best wishes from the Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles, hereby joins in celebration on July 21st, 2016, signed Don Kanabi, Supervisor, 4th District. Sure. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Oral communications. This is an opportunity for people from the audience to speak on an item that is not on the agenda. You will be limited to 3 minutes, and no action will be taken.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Adeline Young with Southern California Edison. I apologize. I have a little bit of a scratchy throat here. But I just want to let you know that Fire Prevention Week is next week, October 9th through the 15th. And this year's Fire Prevention Week campaign is Don't Wait, Check the Date. Replace smoke alarms every 10 years. Now, many people don't know that smoke alarms should be replaced every 10 years. And you should know how old each of your smoke alarms are in the home. You can tell how old a smoke alarm is by looking at the manufacture date at the back of the alarm, and then again replace this every 10 years from that date. So smoke alarms save lives when properly installed. If there's a fire in your home, the smoke will spread quickly, and you need the smoke alarm to give you the time to get out. Here's some safety tips to consider. A smoke alarm should be installed in every sleeping room and outside each separate sleeping area. Alarms should be installed on every level of a house, and they should be installed on the ceiling or high on the walls. The suggestion is that the smoke alarm should also be interconnected so that if one goes off, all of them will go off. You should also test your smoke alarm at least once a month. You can press the test button to make sure that it's working. And when a smoke alarm sounds, go outside and stay outside. And again, replace all smoke alarms in your home every 10 years. So I do have some safety tips in English and in Spanish, and I placed them over there for folks to pick up.
Thank you. Thank you, Ellie. Anyone else?
Good evening, Rock Goslin, 318 Whitley. You guys all recognize my face. You probably know why I'm here. And it's water reclamation. But I changed what I was going to say on a few notes. But I do have some concerns over water reclamation being put on back burner from last month's meetings. Because it's always been put on the back burner. And I have here 8 copies of a white report that I want to give to Denise to pass out to you guys. Shouldn't say white report, white paper. A group of us, Annie, you were part of it. We worked long and hard to put this document together. And since it wasn't going to be read by State of California, sent from private citizens, we gave it to the city to be placed on city letterhead with an introduction letter. And this was supposed to be set up as trying to get a letter of understanding with State Water Resources Board during a time when they were drafting new regulations. They were trying to be bringing their policies into regulatory form. And policies are nebulous thought processes, but regulations are harder to change. And it just got sat on. It was never sent. I was very enlightened, though, when Dennis gave me a copy of this report that was given to you all and then put on a back burner again and not really worked on. And I was very encouraged at first because Michael Baker International hit just about every point in that white report. Dennis was listening. Dennis was responding. And the state of California had already hit most of those points and made them into regulations instead of policies, and didn't really put in any regulations that would bar our particular community from being able to use reclaimed water. And now with, well, water reclamation's on the back burner, we need to solve some other issues first. That takes into account that, well, first, boy, that'd be great if water reclamation all of a sudden happened tomorrow. Well, it's not. It's going to take a long time. But also, some of these fixes and some of these Band-Aids on bad engineering and bad management practices in the past aren't going to happen overnight either. And all avenues need to be addressed. And you guys just talked about it today. Immediate, intermediate, and long term. Water reclamation is long term. I don't know how many countless hours were spent discussing a bag ordinance for disposable bags. Yeah.
All right, the iPhone upgrade.
But
can you go a little longer?
Yeah.
Yes.
But a lot of time and energy was placed in here. And Councilmember Cindy, you're going, well, my shop's not going to give out plastic bags unless they're asked for because we don't think it's right. Okay, we reduced this little bit of waste. And that's good that we reduce plastic waste here because we can't recycle it here. But we can recycle water here. But we're still in a process of throwing away millions of gallons of water after we've harangued on Edison to squeeze it from the ocean. Let's stop burning diesel to make a resource we use once and throw away. Thanks.
Madam Mayor?
Would you like to comment?
Yes. Could I just offer this comment that actually the City Council in its adopted budget for this fiscal year has money in the budget for furthering this $10 to $12 million focus on reclaimed water. But what I think we've understood from the council is there is an additional urgency to do some of the immediate, midterm, and long term. And I agree with Mr. Goslin that on a long-term and a longer-term basis, that recycled water is an option. Actually, it was an option probably 45 years ago when it was first proposed, before salt was used as the substitute. But you have already put money in the budget. It is not, quote, a back burner, but it is simply one of the tools that are now in the budget that you've actually put real money in. I think it's about $500,000 for that purpose. So, but the near term, I think what we'll be talking about on the 18th is those near term things we need to do to get the supply up and have facilities that are where fresh water that's already available, it's already being produced, needs to be stored. That's what we'll be talking about, City Attorney and I, hopefully less, talking on that topic. So it is not, in a sense, on the back burner. It's just that the water issue is a multiple phase thing. So maybe that was not something that was not aware of.
Yeah, and also maybe thought process too on being a little bit smarter about the water we're producing. I would imagine that someone from Edison would probably agree with me that Friday evenings are the highest potable water use time on the island. So why am I forced to water my plants on Friday evening? Why don't we do it on Wednesday when the RO plant is being shut down for lack of storage?
Well, and we had a brief discussion earlier because I asked about, well, what happens if why don't we wash our clothes in the middle of the night? Would that make a difference? And there was no real response. But the thing is, the conversation we had was that if storage is our problem, And if the D-cells are running, why don't we wash our clothes in the middle of the night and they just keep them running and we don't have the storage problem? I mean, that kind of seemed like a no-brainer as well. What's that?
Electric customers on the mainland are asked to
Exactly.
cut down on high use times.
Yes.
Well, it kind of works for one part of their operation.
Right.
But I'm not trying to bash Edison.
No, it's
and I've said it before, I blame the chairs up here, both wholly and severally. I'm not blaming everybody that's sitting up here, but the seats that are represented up here are mostly to blame for where we're at right now from mismanagement of our resources.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, guys.
Well, and on the reclamation issue, yeah, there seems to be some people that say, well, no, it's not necessary, and you have to have water to do you have to have enough water to be able to start the reclamation process. And that's where I'm just ignorant, Rock. You know, you and Dennis. But I mean, that was a comment that was made. You need that water. And people up here think this way. There's somebody who might be able to define it better than I do.
Mayor.
But
Actually, our city attorney did, in his last presentation, give some statistics about that, and that was my understanding as to why it was pushed back a little bit. And I don't remember the exact numbers. I was just looking at my notes, and I don't have them handy, but there was something about the draw of the saltwater system, which the intention is to move that to a reclaimed water system, but the draw on that is somewhere in the hundreds of thousands of gallons per day. And our wastewater treatment plant is only producing somewhere around half of what that needs. So there still isn't enough of the water that would be reclaimed to be able to handle the entire saltwater system. So that's what I remember.
Yeah.
So we still have money budgeted for reclaimed water. Exactly. So it's not on the back burner.
Correct.
But it seems as though if we were not in any sort of phased rationing, we would be using enough water to where we would be using the normal amount of water, which would put all that water back through the wastewater treatment plant, which may and then in turn be enough water to handle the fire suppression and saltwater system.
Well, and go ahead.
I will just say that one of the discussions about the nighttime use of water is one of the top issues we're going to be discussing with Edison next Tuesday. As you recall, my presentation it seems to be that we have excess capacity to produce water right now, and if the desal plants are closed at any time, that we shouldn't have rationing when there's availability to use water in off hours, especially shipping the clothes out over town to wash it when you have idle desal plants makes no sense to us.
And for us to not look at parallel options, though, because even if there were reclaimed money available, that would take a while to work all that up. And in the meantime, we're solving some water problems here, so then maybe they could meet somewhere.
$10 to $15 million probably to put that system online, and that's a very conservative.
No, it was $14 million on our study. 12 to 14.
If nothing goes wrong and we don't need anything else.
I read the majority of the study. I didn't get to all the nuts and bolts. But Dennis, do you want to comment, please? Nope. Or Rock?
Well, the numbers that Dennis had, I think, were actually a little on the large side. He actually had a chunk of money in there for a pipeline that a group of us had looked at doing a different way, so it would have been less expensive to get the water into town. But also, we're only talking about developing an infrastructure that takes the water from our existing treatment facility, further treats it, to then put it into an already existing system. The biggest impediment to using reclaimed water in most municipalities is to getting it to the end user. We've already solved that problem. We started solving that problem in the 60s. We would be into this for tens of millions if we didn't already have a dual plumbing system. We already have the dual plumbing system. We just need to build the infrastructure to treat the water we're already throwing away. And then we wouldn't be having to have this issue with the state on how much we're having to discharge from our desal plants or for discharging on the sewer outfall that we're using right now. And yes, the numbers work. There's enough water use in this town on the potable system to keep the system, the reclaim system, full. When the last numbers came through, before drought phase, we were running 400 acre feet a year plus to the treatment plant. Less than half of that was salt water. It's changed now because we're using less fresh water and saving everything we can.
Right.
So there's enough water flow there. There's historically been enough use. And now if you wash your car with the reclaimed water, it goes down the street, it's picked up in the low flow diverters, which were put in decades ago. Wonderful concept. The water goes to the sewer treatment plant. Guess where it goes from there after you wash your car? It goes back in the system, you water your garden with it. This is the type of community we need to be inviting our tourists to, not the community that burns diesel to make water to use it once and throw it away.
Thank you, Rock.
Can I make ask Scott a question? Don't we need an absolute new purple pipe system in order to?
Nope.
We don't need that for the system. Okay.
No, you do not.
Okay, great.
State law was made specifically for Avalon that we could put our effluent, the recycled, up to the state standards through our saltwater system.
If we get it, okay. Yep. Well, we're on our way to that then.
And that study is in the office if anybody hasn't received it or got. Or
Thank you, Rocky.
Thank you, Rock, for coming back. Oh, yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Ryan McAvoy. I'm here for a meeting tomorrow. And just want to say it's really exciting to hear about these water policies. I work on water policies on the mainland, so I've spoken at Net Positive Energy and Water through the International Living Future Institute, which is, if you know LEED, it's the next level. Living Building Challenge buildings cannot import any water to their building, cannot export any water from their building, produce all their own energy. We're building our own building for our company now. I work with the LA Business Council. We created the solar feed-in tariff in LA. I worked with Pasadena 15 years ago to change policies and codes on LEED projects. So I'm here very excited to participate tomorrow, and also brought over an atmospheric water generator as a item for people to look at and use. I know other ones have come and maybe gone or whatever else. But it's very exciting to see so much energy and information and collaboration and throughput. I think Edison could do a little bit better job than just shower heads and faucet aerators, which toilets are the #1 users, so maybe some new toilet rebates and incentives. But I think it's a collaboration, so it's really cool to hear all the different opinions and how to collaborate and how to really bring things together. And even with the purple pipe, there's AquaCell, which is a plug and play that meets the California Title 22 standards. So in California, in order to reclaimed water, you have to meet certain standards, which is very difficult for small or home scale gray water systems. But there are systems out there that we'll talk about tomorrow, which you can plug and play right into your home, take your shower water, laundry water, flush your toilet, irrigate with it. There's also laundry to landscape. Under the California codes, you can do 12 steps, and you're legally allowed to take your laundry water and irrigate with it without a permit. It meets all the health codes. So I work a lot on the health codes and violations and how to work with the different departments. So I'm just excited to be here and hear this conversation and participate tomorrow in the conversation. And I look forward to having other conversations with any of you about other stuff. The AquaCell is about $250,000, and it can process huge amounts. There's another system up in Oregon. They're taking a whole hotel, retail, shopping center, using it through a wetland to then pump that water back through. So I have all the cost and prices on those, which is not my company. We're more consultants that help collaborate and bring all the pieces together. We just recently looked at a price for atmospheric water generation out here that would be about 1.5 to 2 million. That would make 3 million gallons a year. So, I mean, there's a lot of different options, and it's great that it's all going to be reported and kind of put together, and happy to hang out tomorrow and participate some more.
Well, great. Well, thank you. And why are you here, though? Because you heard about the Fixer meeting, or you're just, is that why you heard about the Fixer meeting?
Yeah, I mean, because I guess I volunteer a lot with policies in LA, and also our company works on policies and codes, and we, as sustainability environmental consultants, we often collaborate with both private entities, public entities. We worked at the City of Pasadena, Long Beach, Los Angeles, on codes and policies, on water
What's your company again?
Gaia.
Gaia?
Mm-hmm.
How do you spell that?
GAIA.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. We look forward to seeing what comes out of the meeting tomorrow.
Heard of that?
Yeah. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Thanks for that.
Anybody else? As chairman of Catalina Kid Ventures, I would like to just say that we have a new director. Carol Ann Burcombe is the new director of Catalina Kid Ventures. She started October 3rd. We look forward to her. She is very dedicated and loves those kids, and it will be business as usual in terms of the service that we are providing to your children. And we also are saddened that Elizabeth Stewart Madden, who came to be our director for 1 year, stayed almost 4. She said it was time to go, so we wish her well. Okay. Consent calendar.
Mayor, if I could just, for those who might be interested, item number 8 on your regular calendars, the discussion of shoreboat services. That item has actually, a request from Mr. Stickler, the owner of Violin Navigation, has been to continue that item and rather than have it heard tonight, based on some conversations that he indicates that he will be having with the county and with Metro. And so if that is with your pleasure, then people who might be here, maybe they would.
Perfect.
We pull that?
We'll pull it.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, on the consent calendar, item number 1, I've asked the city clerk if she'd comment on that, please.
Actions, which is item number 1, page 2 of the actions for September 20th, 2016. The pulled item number 5 is just reflecting that Councilmember Hernandez and Cassidy recused themselves for this item due to a potential monetary conflict of interest, of which is income received from the island company. And the vote I had to change the vote also, so it said ayes were Marshall, Olson, and Sampson, and 2 abstentions, which were Hernandez and Cassidy. So I just needed to reflect that in the note.
Thank you. Perfect.
Item number 2, Madam Mayor, is a proposal for architectural design, construction documents, and construction administration for the CDBG, that's Community Development Block Grant, funded Beacon Hill Senior Apartments Lift Project. The recommended action is to, through the consent calendar, to determine that the city's procurement process was fully and openly competitive and satisfies state and local requirements, and it does. 2 is to authorize the city manager to execute a professional services agreement for with Vanderproof and Associates in an amount not to exceed $12,000 for architectural design, construction documents, and construction administration for the Beacon Hill Senior Apartments Lift Project. And I'd like to just say that Audra has done a great job managing that activity through the maze of approvals that are sometimes necessary. Item number 3 is a resolution amending the compensation and benefits for management exempt and other unrepresented employees. The issue had to do with a correction to a matter involving longevity pay that was misstated and did not properly reflect the actual longevity compensation received by management employees. A recommended action is to approve the resolution as written. The 4th item is it's called the Volvo Overdrive purchase. There's money in the budget for this purchase to authorize the harbor master to purchase 1 Volvo Penta DPS B D3 outdrive from Harry's Marine in the amount of $7,771.68 and 1 Volvo Penta DPS B D3 outdrive for Outdrive Exchange Incorporated in the amount of $7,771.68 for a total expenditure of $15,543.36. Thank you, Mayor.
Would any like to pull any items or ask any questions? I just have one. On the lift elevator, Audra, it's it says that we have approximately $100,000 and $12,000 will go to the architectural design. I guess, I don't know, it seems it's what it costs to make things. I'm a little concerned about it. Did they give any indication that that $100,000 would be adequate to meet the need of that elevator?
Well, we're going to find out when we have documents to go out to bid.
Okay.
I don't have a short answer for you. Just to get through this process was painful.
Yeah. I know. But I'm wondering when they really start looking at it, they're going to go, well, typically this costs this much. I guess the other thing I'm wondering, and it's not in there, is where those stairs go up. If it turns out that's not enough money, or could we simultaneously be looking at one of those chair things where you sit in it and drive right up those stairs?
Well, I think I think it's best to just hire her because the cost is covered under the CDBG grant. And then she'll do a cost analysis, hopefully, to give us an idea if we're in the ballpark. But I can tell you that Saffron and Associates, before it had to be a public contract with prevailing wage, had done a cost analysis. It was around $70,000 at that time.
Okay.
So I am not going to say with certainty that it's enough money, but I think it's close. And I think we have a little bit over the $100,000.
Okay.
We're working on that with the CDBG people.
Okay.
But we had to do this in order to satisfy the CDBG requirements.
No, I totally get it. I just don't want to go there and they go, oh, this is $200,000, and then we go, well, we don't have that, and what a disappointment it would be. So
it would be, but I'm
pretty confident.
I'm hopeful that
confident.
it will come in at budget and that we will have this option for the seniors. It'll be a really good thing.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Is there?
Move staff on 1 to 4.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Public comment? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Item number 5.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor and Council. The matter before you is titled the Casino Dock Cafe Lease Terms Discussion and Direction. The report states, in brief summary for those who may not have it, is that the council met on July 5th and directed the interim city manager to prepare a letter and offer to the Armstrongs to state the city's terms for a lease of the subject facilities, that is at the fuel dock area, the casino dock project. And the term that was proposed at that time was one 15-year lease with 2 additional 5-year options totaling 25 years. Secondly was a rent based on a square footage charge was $6,399 per month, or 8% of gross receipts, whatever was higher. I'm told that the rationale for the previous discussion, I was not here, had to do that with the concept that all harbor leases should have the same terms and conditions applied to them. While that concept of having uniform leases is understandable in concept, in practice sometimes those things are different. After I came aboard, the Armstrongs, I believe, yes, they had approached me to discuss the matter. There were 2 letters written, one that the interim city manager had written. You have a copy of that. The second was the letter that I wrote, I believe, on July 29th. And there's in the report a discussion of concerns as was expressed to me regarding the matter. And I did also, in the report, comment on what I called intangibles, and that is in the report. I believe, I see that the Armstrongs are here this evening. And I believe that they, as I do in the report, discuss what they think are issues that are maybe different and why they would urge a slightly different approach than what the city has offered to them. I can go into more detail, but I know you all read your reports and for the benefit of those, and so. As I mentioned, did I mention they are in the audience?
Yes, they are. I don't know if anybody wants to start here, or with the Armstrong. Do you want to wait till we kind of see if we have any conversation and then come up? Okay.
Well, I'm sort of waiting to see if anybody was going to say something, but the first order of business should be to open the privilege to discuss this lease because of the information. We've already discussed it in closed session on 2, maybe 3 separate occasions. So I believe that we need to have some sort of discussion just briefly to agree as a council to talk publicly.
My understanding, and I have talked with Council Member Cassidy, is that the discussion about the terms and conditions that were proposed by the council was done in closed session, and not to substitute for the city attorney, he'll correct me if I'm wrong, that since that topic was discussed in closed session, that in order to discuss those things that were discussed in closed session, you would have to waive your privilege to confidentiality, and I believe that's what Council Member Cassidy is suggesting.
To the extent that, again, since you've provided the Armstrongs with the offer, which contains the substance of what was discussed in closed session, that matter is not confidential. To the extent that you want to discuss any confidential matters that were not expressed in the offers to the Armstrong, you would have to have 3 votes to waive the attorney-client privilege for discussion of anything that's not contained in the offers to the Armstrongs.
I think we should have an open discussion. We should be able to not worry about what we said or didn't say in closed session. We should just be able to get it out there on the table and let's move forward.
Would you like to make that motion?
I would like to make a motion that we open the privilege to discuss the lease in its entirety and any concerns or questions we had in closed session.
Second.
Call for the vote.
All ayes.
And so then we moving forward. Who wants to talk? You want me to start?
You can start.
Okay, because I think people are feeling like I was the reason this came back at all. I guess I'll start the conversation. So okay, when I say something, do I say as we discussed in that meeting, or just start like it's brand new?
You can start.
I can go either way.
Yes.
Okay. There was a discussion, I think, of which I brought up, that to me this lease is different than the others because they're actually building the building. And I'm not aware of anybody, assuming this is $250,000 or more to build this, I'm not aware of any business, other than maybe a stickler on the pier, who doesn't pay rent, has had to build their business. And so maybe historically, for some of you old timers, or at least long timers, who built Eric's on the Pier? Who built Ellie's Deli? Who built whatever else we have? It has a private.
Catalina Dive Shop.
Catalina, did they ever?
Yes.
They built that from scratch.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's that little. That's that little.
Yeah.
That's that little wooden building.
Square building. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Avalon Boat Stand, they built it too.
An Avalon boat stand. Okay. Okay, and I wonder in those days what that cost. I mean, you're talking about wood and some glass. And, I mean, there's no restrooms, there's no nothing. And I know we're building the bathrooms. So I guess that was my main thing of bringing it up. It's like there is a difference. So perhaps we could look at it differently, even though we thought, and I voted with it too, let's try to keep everything consistent. But I guess sometimes when you're talking apples and oranges, you gotta mix that salad a little differently. So that's where I'm starting.
Do we know if Eric's built their own facility?
When did that get?
Man, that's been there for
Bummer?
when we were kids.
Yeah. I don't
They did inside, but the city redid it when they did the rest.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. So I still think we're talking a bigger deal.
Yeah.
So in that regard, I think we need to look at some massaging of this. Hi, Adeline. Massaging of this, because I don't think it is identical to the other leases.
And just as a point of clarification, on the other, and I only want to talk about like-kind leases, because it is different for a small booth on the pier versus a restaurant. Those are not like-kind, but were these the terms of the others? Was it 15 years and 2 5-year options?
No.
One 5-year option. Right. So in this particular lease, we're granting an additional 5-year option.
I'm sorry. There's our 10-year lease with.
10-year, right?
Yes.
With
a
With one.
Those are 10 with a 1 year.
One 5-year option, yeah. And this one is 15-year lease with 2 5-year options.
Correct.
So this is an extra 10 years on the lease.
Yes. Well, that's what they're wanting. Yeah.
Well, actually, the term that you've proposed is 15, 5, and 5.
15.
And I think maybe
25.
25. So I think maybe some of the thinking was, and I'm speculating, I'm just speculating though, that when you make a $250,000 investment or more, that there's costs associated with either you have the money in cash or you get a loan at 3.5% interest, financed over 25 years. That's approximately $1,300 a month as a startup, in addition to what would be a rent that you would charge. And in this case, it was defined as the square footage charge at the fuel dock. So when you add both to a business that's a restart, the question from the business standpoint, and I've done some little research, is the amount of $8,000 a month in rent on a restart, is that something that can work for a business person in business? And that's something that you would have to think, decide, right. and that would be something that maybe the Armstrongs would want to comment on. I hope that helps a little bit, but that's me able to think.
Okay, just before we start that though, I just want to be clear. What is in our leases now is a 10-year with 1 5-year option.
Yes.
Okay, so what we've proposed is a 15-year lease with 2 5-year options. Okay, I just want to make sure I understood where we started again.
Good evening. Russ and Jenny Armstrong, 1873 Gaviota. Thanks for having us here this evening. Just to set the record straight, this 15-year lease with 2 5-year options and us building the building, it does not pencil out. We've had numerous discussions, we've done the research on it, and building the building with essentially a 25-year lease just does not pencil out. And we're not going to be able to do this. You want us to build a building, give you the keys, and then you want to charge us substantially higher rent than we've paid historically over 20 years or 18 years that we're actually in business. Now, Jenny and I, we're charitable folks, but a $250,000 donation to the city of Avalon, that's just out of our realm, and we can't do that. We have proposed that we could perhaps lend the city the money. We would have to have the city pay the money back to us, or we could have the city build it if the city can come up with the funds and pay a fair rent. But there's a lot of complex issues to this matter about the lease. We would have to discuss, which hasn't been discussed. Also is the property tax. What will the property tax be on the lease? Assuming this is going to be another triple net lease, the tenant will be paying the property tax. We have we have done that for the last couple of years, just to show goodwill with the city. I gave Denise the property tax bills, copy of the property tax bills, which we paid starting in December of 2014. Too close? Okay.
We're always telling people to move close to the mic, and you've been listening.
Starting in December of 2014, we closed right about that time. We paid the property tax again in 2015, running into 2016. So you ask, well, why did we pay the property tax? Well, we paid the property tax because to show goodwill with the city, because that's how we operate. If we're doing business with people that we enjoy and that we trust doing business with, we showed the goodwill. We did that, and then after we did that, we find out that, well, you have to build a building. You're going to pay a lot more money than you've paid in the past, and we just don't understand the philosophy. We submitted was about 6 years worth of P&L statements to the council, which presumably you all reviewed, and you saw what Steve and I did, what the gross sales were, and what the net profits were. And I think that is a big part of the problem, is that you folks just really don't understand the restaurant business and how marginal the profits are. Just to give you an example, last year, my wife and I, working full-time, tremendous amount of hours, we did 5.5%. That was our profit, pre-tax. So I think there's a possibility that some of you folks up here think that, Casino Dock, oh, look, they're busy, they're crowded, they're making a killing. Restaurants do that. But don't do that. Typically, restaurants have a 4, 5, 6, if a place is doing great and they have a huge bar business, they might do 7 or 8%. But typically, they're closer to 2, 3, 4%. So, starting off with this, rent, we would have to increase our business. What the city's proposing, we would have to increase our business right out of the gate the first year, 52%, to have that percentage where it should be at around 8%. Well, it works out to $78,000, almost $80,000 a year. The highest we've paid has been $62,000, but now you want from us, derived from square footage or however it was derived, about $78,000. So right out of the gate, we've got to increase our business by 52%. I just don't see how we could do that. I honestly don't. I mean, there's a strong possibility that we could work, and presumably we would, that would be a goal, that we could work into achieving that $80,000 in rent revenue to the city. But starting a new business and hoping to have a 52% increase the first year, it's not realistic and it's not reasonable.
Let me ask a question. When you were doing your projections, how many months of the year were you planning on being open?
Casino Dock, Annie, as you know, it's a seasonal venue. We would like to keep it open 7 or 8 months. I think 8 months could be questionable. We could probably keep it open 7 months. We've had several dry years now, so perhaps we could have been open in January and or February if we had an establishment. But the rains will come eventually, and they typically, when they do come, it's either January, February, March, and sometimes it goes into April. So it's hard to say, but 6 or 7 months.
And let me ask a question of staff. How many months a year is Eric's on the Pier open?
12.
No, she does close.
She closes, I think, in January.
Your leases stipulate 9 months at least.
Okay, so, and that would be the same with Rosie's, or
everybody, 9 months.
9
you
months.
didn't state which months they could close.
Okay,
it's up to them.
Okay, that was just a question, but if you want to keep going, that's fine. I'm just gathering information.
Well, we assume we would be closed in December, January, and February. Once again, March can be a terrible month, and we could perhaps be forced to close for March as well. So they're with the weather, and we're basically talking about an outdoor venue. It's a very seasonal venue. There's not that much interior space, and there will be no space, as far as we know from looking at the plans, there'll be no space for interior seating. You know, but addressing your square footage, I actually have a question about the square footage rent. It's $325 for patios, whether they be on Front Street or on a deck, casino dock, and $4 interior. I would like to know, just for my own edification, where those figures were derived from, that square footage figure.
I don't really know. Maybe other staff has that information. I don't know.
You mean the square footage that we charged?
Yes, Joe.
Wasn't that the mayor and mayor pro tem didn't you guys lead that discussion when we were talking about leases?
Yeah, we did. And as a matter of fact, I think we did some comparisons to some other cities, and that's how we...
The question is where we came up with the number or the dollar amount?
The dollar amount. The $4 interior and $325 exterior.
Well, we even brought them down. They were higher when we started this. So the recommendation from the previous council was for much higher, and we went down from those.
Yeah, can I ask you why you asked that question?
Well, because we've been doing some figuring, and we have the Ristorante Villa Portofino. We have 4,100 square feet there. If we were paying $4 a square foot in that restaurant, we'd be paying $16,000 a month in rent. It's absurd. It doesn't work out. So we're trying to figure out how, in every other restaurant that we have been involved in, and there have been a few, we pay 8% of our gross. The landlord, the better we do, the better the landlord does. It's exponential. With a square footage, some people do great because they have 300 square feet. If we have 500 interior and so many on the deck, the percentages don't work out. Our best year out there after 20 years, our best year, our highest gross, would make the rent that you want to charge on the square footage at about 12%. We couldn't sustain it. There is no way that a restaurant can sustain a 12% rent. They can't do it. It doesn't work out. That's why we're trying to figure out. If our landlord at the VP was charging us $4 a square foot, it'd be $16,000 a month.
I don't think we have any facilities that are even close to that amount of square footage, so...
But you get the idea, though.
Yeah, I understand what you're coming from, yeah.
You guys are charging us $3.25 for the patio. We pay our landlord there, and we've been over this and over this and over this. We had these discussions way back when with Rob Clark, because when we bought the restaurant with Steve, we ran it for a couple of years. We had Pedro out there. We were busy at Armstrong. Steve was busy with his stuff. And after like 2 years, we're like, gosh, we're not making any profit out here. We started looking into it, and the rent was too high. The rent was taking like 11% of the gross. So we started discussions with Rob Clark, and he agreed that the rent rubric for the square footage was not correct. And we worked on it. And every time he left, before anything was changed, every time there's a new city council, new city manager, it's like we start from square one. But we're not bringing this before the council for the first time now. This has been an ongoing issue for us at the casino dock for 20 years. And we've talked to each of you about it individually, just trying to get you to understand how percentages work in the restaurant business. We have article after article that we've brought up online. If any of you have looked into this at all in the restaurant industry, if you're paying, actually 8% is on the high end, the very high end. Most people agree, most restaurant specialists agree, if you're paying between 6 and 8%, you're in the ballpark. If you're paying over 8%, you're likely not going to stay in business very long. With the square footage that you want to charge us out there, and our highest gross of over 20 years, we'd be paying 12%. We would never make it. And then on top of that, you guys are expecting us to build a building and then hand the keys back to you. How does that work? How would that work for us? Why would we do that? Is what we're asking you.
We're trying to work it out, help you work it out. Okay, that's
we're very
coming.
happy to be here in a public forum. We're trying to work this out together.
I'm glad we finally get to sit down and talk about this together, because I don't know a lot about the restaurant business, and the square footages that we have designated have been attached to those businesses for years, and like the council said, we brought them down from where they were. We negotiated with most business owners in this town that have a lease. When we negotiated that square footage, they were here, and they thought, well, this is okay. Which is how you
not
come
exactly.
out.
I actually have the minutes from that meeting because I was here that night too. That was on October 1st,
Right.
21st, 2014, and you guys wanted to go up to $5 a square foot, and what 10%.
That was the previous
council
council.
was $5 a square foot and 10%.
Right, and we were all here going, "Whoa, wait a second!"
So that's
but it was
not
still
us.
not. And then once again, the Casino Dock Cafe is unique, and of all your tenants, we obviously have the most square footage. It's a beautiful location, but it's out of town. We gross the same as some of your tenants smack on the pier, and we pay double the rent. And it will not work for us. The lease that you have proposed for us will not financially work for us.
And just some other questions. And those months that you're not open, you would say you don't pay anything?
No. And what we did at Armstrong's, for example, for 30 years, we have a history with you. We have a history, and you know what it is, financial history. So generally what would happen with the base rent, if you could kind of look at it like about 5% of the gross. So that's your base rent. And then you rectify at the end of the year. If it's 8%, we pay you the balance. We rectify at the end of the year, see what the gross is, and you get the balance on the percentage. And the better we do, the better you do. We could be paying you this amount maybe 10 years from now, but we can't go into a business hoping every month that we're going to make a certain amount of money. It doesn't work like that. We work hard for ourselves, and then you enjoy the benefits of that as well. The better we do, the better you do. If all of your tenants were paying 8%, they would all be paying what they could afford instead of this sort of artificial square footage thing. I mean, some people have 300 square feet on the pier. We have over 500 square feet interior at the Casino Dock. Closer to 7. We're also out of town. It's a beautiful spot, but it's the last place to fill up, and it's the first place to empty out. Once we get people out there, it's great. The museum's gone now. There's no draw for that. We have the divers out there. We have a bus that takes people from the center of town smack out to Descanso, so they're not even walking by there. It's a tough location. It's a beautiful location, but it's a tough location.
Was there also in our conversations, did we go away with rent reconciliation? Was that one of the...
No, you brought it back.
We did, okay. And was that an annual rent reconciliation?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I probably shouldn't jump in, but Mayor, I'm just going to say that I don't think every location is the same. That's my sense that what is at the mole and what is at the pleasure pier or the pier, and near the casino, I think there are differences. In the pier is the center of town. There's lots of activities there all the time. So I think there are really differences, and I think it's like when it's kind of, this is not meant with disrespect, but it's like the federal government telling every state you got to do everything the same way. Well, that doesn't work because each state's a little different. And I think in leases it's the same thing. You have to look at what's fair to the public, and you have to look at, I mean rhetorically, you have to look at what would make a business go, and then I think you look at the history of the business, and you talk about, as we do in economic development, you talk about business retention. What is economic growth? It's business retention. It's business expansion. And then selectively, as we are, because we're selective, it's new business development. So the option for the council tonight is this, that either A, you look at other than what the terms you've proposed, or B, that if those are unacceptable, and then you would have to go out to an RFP, that is kind of the issue that's before you. Or if you'd like to direct us to look at, take in some of this and come back with something else, we can do that too.
Well, I think it's obvious that's probably where we're going with this, because we need to educate ourselves a little bit more. I want to ask you, Scott, do you? That's just my initial thought right now. Now that he mentioned that, and what you guys are saying, because we want to make this fair, not just for you, but for the people of Avalon as well, because that's their money and that's their facility that we're leasing to you, Scott. So if we make a unique lease for them, what are the legal ramifications that we would face? I mean, is there any pitfalls that we're facing with the other leases that we have in the community, or can people come up to us and
Yeah, they can come up to us.
People are going to come up and say that I'm unique too, but you have to have specific facts as to why they are unique. In this instance, you do have a unique situation in the sense that you're asking them to build the building. So if anyone else came up, you would argue that if we're not building the building, you're not like the Armstrong. So I don't think there's a presidential effect of doing whatever you want. Again, it's a policy question, but I don't think that because you're going to do this for them, that you have to do it for everyone else.
Let me ask you that $250,000 to build the building.
You know, can I clarify this, because we haven't actually agreed to that, to building the building. That's something that's in play here too. We have an issue. When we first started off with this, before the place was torn down, and we were discussing this with Ben, the prior city manager, initially the city came to us and said, "Great, we're going to rebuild. We're going to build the building. We're going to pay to build the building." And then sometime after that, well, we can't afford it. We're not going to build the building. Then he came back again and said, "We are going to build the building." Then they came back and said, "We're not going to build the building." So 4 different times we've been told that the city is, and then the city isn't, then the city is, and then the city isn't.
You mentioned the $250,000 figure right earlier. Where did that come from? Is that just
We've been in discussions with Fine Line.
Okay.
Because we were looking into that option. And we've done a lot of research. I have a good friend who lives up in Monterey and has a commercial real estate business. They are currently redoing all the wharf businesses on the Monterey Wharf, and he's been hired by the city to help negotiate the leases. Those businesses are asking for 50-year leases, and they own the buildings, and they are paying ground leases. So we're in a position where we can't make a capital investment into the building and then hand you the keys and get no return for it. There has to be, you can understand, there has to be some return if we invest that money. I don't know if that's a ground
I understand.
lease. I don't know if that's a whole different thing. But one thing to answer your question, Joe, most of the people that we have spoken to, I think all of your other tenants have such small-sized physical businesses, and I'm correct, and they can correct me if I'm mistaken, but I think most of them do pay the 8% because their businesses generate enough income where they cross that threshold on the square footage, and they end up paying the 8%. We're unique because we couldn't meet that threshold. There's no way. We never have. We've always paid the square footage, and we've always paid way too high rent.
I understand. I mean, I do understand what you're saying. On that $250,000 figure, though, that doesn't seem like a lot of money to build a building.
That's just the shell.
Oh, that's just the shell. That doesn't include all.
That does not include anything else.
No, Joe, that's just the shell, and then we would have to put a restaurant in for approximately another $250,000 or more.
Oh yeah.
It makes no sense to us.
Well, that figure doesn't make any sense to me, and I'm
And I can't
not a
imagine
big
it would
real
make any
estate.
sense to any other business person coming in. If you think that there's people behind us lined up, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, no, what I'm thinking is we paid, I believe it was $170,000 for Joe Machado Field Kitchen, and that's for that little facility there, and that's a pretty.
It started at 50.
Sorry, 50. Well, that's pretty small compared to what we're talking about with you. That's the only thing I have.
We're being optimistic, but you see where we're going with this.
Yeah, I do understand where you're going. There's a lot of things that are really vague to myself, and I see that they are to you as well. So, Scott, can you give us any input as to where we can go from this point and how we would, and David, where do we go from here?
This is a pure policy issue for the council, so you can continue to negotiate. You can have at the next meeting you can have a closed session where you can discuss among yourselves. If you want to counter, you can accept it, or you can say, let's see what the market is, and then maybe their bid will be the highest. So it's a pure policy issue. Because it's a lease, it is pure policy. There's not anything legally that you have to follow, because you are entitled under the law to do what you can with city leases.
Don't you think that we should go out and get bids just to see what it's going to cost us to build a facility out there? I mean, isn't that where we should start? If we're the community?
There's also a big difference between the public entity building and a private entity building because of prevailing wage.
It would cost us a lot more to build it.
If they were to build it, and one of the issues, the only legal issue that came up in this whole thing was that if we were to use city funds to build the building, it'd be about 30% more. So if they were to build it, then it'd be 30% less. But we could not give them a break on the lease because there was a statute that the state of California passed that said that if you give someone a break on the lease to help lower their cost that is not generally available to other people unless there's unique circumstances. But if you give them a break, they have to pay prevailing wages, even though they're using their own money to build it. So that was the one legal issue where, we had to say, if they're going to build it, we can't give them a break on the lease rates. We have to apply the market, but you can make a determination that, again, because they're building it, that you can give them, that they are unique.
That's our unique
right.
cost.
Right.
The core issue, I recall when the pier was last built, and it was a mess. The public invested, mostly grants from state boating and waterways, but it was still public money. The entire pier was replaced, strengthened, added piles. This was in the 80s, and there were businesses that were there that remained. I think what Scott is alluding to is that you might say there are unique circumstances. We just went through a process of negotiating leases with the island company, and believe me, looking at it from the opposite side, it seemed to me we had an active discussion, came to a conclusion, a resolution, but the rationale was difficult, let's say, to understand. And I think there's an economic development where you see existing businesses that exist. Generally, I'm saying in general, it's a good practice to do what you can reasonably to encourage and support existing businesses to remain in business, so that a community that was described one way does not become something other than what it has been. Now, there's always change, so that's not a philosophy lesson. Actually, it's an economic development lesson. That's what they teach you in economics. You retain local businesses, you expand local businesses, and so you have to weigh all of that in terms of what is the terms that makes a business operate. If that is something as a matter of policy, which is not acceptable, then you could always get proposals and wait and see what that brings. The independent small business in America, in California particularly, in Avalon, is becoming an endangered species in this country. And it's brought up by chains, by large corporate interests, by whatever. And so I think you have to balance all of that off and say, what are fair terms that makes, if you want to keep a business, what is it that makes that business successful within reason? And that's so I think you have to ask yourselves, or we have to ask, and the staff that advises you have to ask themselves that question when they're preparing and giving you advice.
Well, I can tell you right now, Armstrong's is in that name is an institution in this town, and it's been for a long time, and they've earned that through the product that they produce, which is good food, seafood. I was wondering how do we partner partner with them in order to get the building established? Is there anything that we can do in a partnership to get the building constructed? Other words, let's say we purchase the materials, but we don't build a building. What is there any way that we could combine our assets in order to get this project moving so that is not a blank slate out there next summer?
Well, Scott is raising the issue of prevailing wage when there's public money involved, and that's where the issue comes up, and that's why probably the option that the council considered of having them build it was cheaper. It'd be done. You talk to the hospital about what it costs using prevailing wage to buy a generator, and what is what does that cost versus if you bought it just on
So that's even going to be the same. It's going to be 30% higher if we're involved.
Exactly. Again, there's nothing legal to prevent the city from contributing supplies or whatever, but when you start doing that, again, just the labor cost goes up 30% because of the prevailing wage loss.
If you look at the leases, 22 of 37 leases as of January, which was the report that I received, 22% of those, 22 of 37 leases in the harbor are based at 8%, and for the reasons that are obvious. The buildings are smaller and whatever, but so if you're in the center of town, the question becomes from an economic standpoint, if you're in the center of town, you're going to have more people generally there more of the time than you are if you're at the edge of town. If you're at the mall, probably there's people coming in all of the time. And
since it's our asset, maybe at this point, maybe we should get some bids on what it's going to cost us to construct the facility. We operate our gas station out of there, the harbor fuel station. We have to provide that service. We have to have a dock out there for dinghies. I mean, that's a start for us. At least we'll have some resolve there. And we'll understand exactly what we're looking at, because we got to have something there, whether the Armstrongs, or at least this facility, or somebody else. And I would like to see you guys.
If we could ask, Joe, if we could ask Dennis JH to come up, because I want to remind the council when Dennis brought forward the RFP for the fuel dock facility, he presented it in a couple options to you. One was the fuel dock as well as with the restaurant, and then he divided it up so you could see the two prices, and council determined, because of our budget at that time, we were just doing the fuel dock, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and I believe that. And the only it's not really a legal thing, it's just a practical thing. If the city builds the shell, then that's what the shell is. And so what you don't know is the Armstrongs may say, well, gosh, or whoever wants to, I don't like that shell. I want to do a barbecue, and so I want it configured this way. So if the city does it and we build it, then whoever's going to be there, that's what
it is.
That's what they take. And there's not a customization of that shell part. But legally we can do that. Absolutely.
Okay. I'm trying to just move forward in some way, shape, or form.
Dennis, sorry to put you on the spot. I don't know if you
thank you, Joe, thank you for those kind words earlier. But I think there are some some options. There is a possibility that we could finance the building. The city could pay us back at a reasonable interest. There's another possibility that we could build the building with our money, and then we could have a ground lease with the city for the use of the pier. A long-term lease. So there's probably multiple options, that we could look at in terms of getting at least getting the building built.
Okay. Let's see what Dennis has to contribute here.
Yes, the project was bid as an alternate for building the restaurant shell. City Council decided to award just the base bid, not the alternate. And I'm sorry I don't have the exact amount, but I think it was $450,000 for prevailing wages to build a shell over there.
Mm-hmm.
The Armstrong's price of $250 sounds about right for private work.
Okay.
I wasn't prepared. I'm pretty close on that.
Sorry, Dennis.
450. Pardon?
Sorry.
That's great. No, thank you for having just an estimate. A rough estimate is all we're getting at right now.
Yeah. Right now, there's just going to be a slab. We're pouring the slab for the phase 2, which is the cafe. Casino Cafe. We're pouring the slab. But Armstrong's or whoever would have to build the shell and do any tenant improvements.
And we are, in fact, building the restrooms, correct?
We're building the restroom. That was in the base bid, the fuel concession and the restrooms.
Right. And we are maintaining those bathrooms? We
Yes,
will be.
the city.
And let me ask one more question because my husband asked me, are they going to be open to the general public or just for the restaurant?
They're public restrooms. I
Public.
believe.
Public
No
restroom.
divers, though.
Well, how do we kick the divers out?
We keep the facility open over there for the divers, I would think. You don't want divers in that facility.
Yep.
They'll destroy it. I mean, nothing
But
against divers. They just, that's salt water and
But I don't know. Can we really Can we say no? You can't.
Probably as well as we can regulate any restrooms that we have. I mean, we regulate them, but to the extent that,
Yeah.
You
So
can-
they
you-
probably would be in there, Joe.
Legally speaking, you could prohibit people with diving gear from coming in and require that they be, that if they've been diving, that they are saltwater free.
Oh, okay.
And then we post a code enforcement officer to enforce that.
Yes.
Well, that's all enforcement.
Madam Mayor, if the council, I guess the first question is, if the council believes that what was offered originally is you're fixed on that, then that would be one course of action. If you are saying that there may be some flexibility in a negotiation on the issue of the rent, then I would suggest that you direct us to go back and have a conversation and bring back one or two options with the current party. And if those are not agreeable, then you go out to RFP. So if you're,
And then it's not built into
Dennis.
2000.
Dennis.
Excuse me. When are you pouring that slab? I know it's coming up pretty soon.
Probably Monday or Tuesday.
Monday, you're already going to pour that slab Monday or Tuesday?
Yes, sir. They're forming it up now, placing the rebar in the next couple of days, and then all the
So,
things that go through it, we're getting those all lined up. Hopefully Monday or Tuesday.
so that's even
Well, I know. So I
shorter time.
guess I'm wondering if there's any points that we as a council could have consensus on. I'm starting unless somebody else wants to open this up, to see if there's something we have consensus on. Because if we don't have consensus on something, I don't know how negotiations can go forward.
well, you were given recommendations based on, and I'm sure in good faith and all that, but based on certain theory about what rent should be and what they shouldn't be.
Right.
And in some cases, I don't know how they evolved, with no disparaging on that. But that was based on some theories. I think there are probably other theories that you can base it on that I've talked about in terms of existing businesses, economic retention, business expansion, because and if you think that you might be willing to have different terms, then ask us to come back with something as close to what we've talked about as possible, given the business. But I know from the business side, because I'm a former chamber president, and I've worked actively for 2 years with a chamber, or 5 years actually with a chamber. There that 6%, if you're paying more than 6% according to the literature, and I didn't bring it with me, for rent, that's getting into that 6, 8, 10. That's high. If you ask people in the community, if you paid $4 a square foot for property that you lease, how would that affect your business? And I have no clue what that is. But is it reasonable? I think the question is it reasonable given the facts and circumstances that relate to this business? Now, as a disclaimer, so you all know, I eat frequently because I love Italian food. So I go to Portofino all the time. But let me tell you, as my wife would see, if anyone had a question, not that you would, I pay everything. So I am here as a public advocate, not as a private restaurant Italian lover, food lover advocate. I just say that so that that is very clear.
Yeah.
So if you're willing to accept something different, then direct us to come back and have a discussion back with you, and maybe that would be something. If Scott says you can go into closed session, then have another discussion.
Or you can have it open.
Right.
Council's prerogative.
I guess, okay, but I think there's one thing that and it's not to be debated here, but one thing that you've said numerous times when we've chatted and today, was I think you have a hell of a location. And I think with our public bus system and some advertising and whatever's going on, I think that's a great location. So we're not going to debate that. But I guess, this restaurant would be open. I guess we need question. It would be open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, correct? Is that the plan?
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the summertime, yes.
Okay. In the summertime. September and October when the weather's nice?
The
dinner?
weather's good and the people are there.
Yeah.
We would like to be open for business.
Yeah.
Assuming that we have a staff. You may not know this, but for the first time in 34 years in the restaurant business in Avalon, we had the Portofino closed one night a week. It was closed on Tuesdays, and for only one reason, and that reason is we just didn't have the staff to operate. My folks that are in the kitchen, they were working 6 nights a week, as my wife and I were for the most part, and it's just not reasonable to ask them to work 7 nights a week. So we've had serious employee issues with housing and whatnot. We had some folks come start with us earlier in the season, but the housing didn't work out for one reason or another, so we lost them, and they were kind of our hope that we would be able to keep the place open 7 days a week, at least during the summertime. We weren't able to do it because we just haven't had the staff, because primarily the housing shortage, which is the worst I've seen as a businessman in the last 34 years.
Yes, you're right. Okay, and I'm going to, because this was a conversation that was had before, and so I wanted to know if the council wants to go this way. There's been a comment that there are a lot of people that would come forward and want to take this business. Okay, so I'm putting that on the table. Do you all feel if that's the way and you're going to go, doesn't matter what we're going to negotiate, we're going to go back and say, no, we want to send it up for an RFP?
Well, I think a lot of people is an exaggeration. I mean, I certainly have said
We've all
that
been approached
I
by
have
some.
been. I'm only going to speak for me.
Right.
I have been approached by less than a handful of people who are interested. Does that mean that they would, if they were really to look into it and go out as part of the RFP, would they? I don't know.
Yeah.
But the question arose is this an all or nothing situation? And I don't think we know until we put it out there. So, are there droves of people coming and saying, "I want it, I want it, I want it"? But
well, Cindy, I don't think it's all or nothing. I think, we can find common ground. I think on just about everything, but it's just that we have to keep working on it to make it happen.
Right.
I might add also that. Obviously, I know all the restaurant owners in town, and I've had discussions with them about Casino Dock and their places. And just to give you an example, and we'll start with the Portofino, and that's the only restaurant that I'll mention by name. We do not pay square footage, but the rent that we do pay, if it were square footage, would work out to $1.92 a square foot interior. Okay? Now, the city's charging us $3.25 a foot for the patio. Plus we pay the 8% on the sales of the patio. So essentially the restaurant really makes no money on the patio because our rent is around 12%, both paying the city and paying our landlord. So with that said, other places that are downtown, right on Front Street, street level, some of them have patios, about $1.90 to about $2.20 a square foot, right there in the center of all the action on Front Street. So it just gives you an idea of, what some of the other rents are in town. And they're not paying square footage, but that's what I've been told by the owners. That's what it would work out to be.
So when you had Armstrong's, you paid a flat 8%?
We paid a flat 8%, and it worked out marvelously for both parties because we could make about 8% because of the volume, and we paid the landlord 8%. And we paid the landlord, in excess of $5.5 or $6 million over 30 years.
Right.
And we paid a lot of money. We paid a base monthly rent that was in the vicinity of $12,000 or $14,000, and we would reconcile at the end of the year. Typically, I'd write a check at the end of the year anywhere from $100,000 to $150,000, or maybe $140,000 to my recollection.
Is it your opinion, or I don't know, maybe Jim, Do most of the businesses, or only you know a lot of businesses, do they all just pay like that? Is that how all the businesses in Avalon work? Is that how the Blue Water works? Does anybody know?
Well, I could tell you, since you asked, they pay 5% rent.
The Blue Water?
They pay 5% rent for 7 years, and it caps. After 7 years, it caps at 7%. And you have to remember, too, all these other places that we're discussing, they're our competition. You know, we're all friendly competitors, but it's still competition. And if our costs are so high and our prices need to be so high, we could price ourselves out of business or work really, really hard and find ourselves at the end of the year, we've either lost money or we really haven't made very much money at all, which is not unusual in this business. You know, for people to, you know, put a long year in, and at the end of the year, well, you know, we've only got a little bit of money. We just have maybe enough just to pay the bills. In Avalon, it's difficult because essentially we face a recession every single year. Avalon faces a recession. So when we had the big one, you know, we had started with the fire, so we got a year jump on it. But in 2008, you know, we all suffered through that for 4 or 5 years. 2012, things started to turn around. But even so, since then, we've had relatively mild winters. So we've had the recession, but it just hasn't been too bad. But as soon as we have a rainy winter, that recession, that annual recession, will hit hard once again, because it always does.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Russ brought up a good point, and something else that we have already discussed is very similar situation to the Blue Water. They were given a bit of a concession because of the cost of the infrastructure and building, and that's where this 5% for 7 years comes in, and then it goes up from there. Was an opportunity to recoup some of the costs.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that we had talked about too was a lower percentage for a handful of years, and then goes up to
whatever.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's partially true, Cindy. That rent went down to 5% for 7 years because the restaurant had to succeed. It couldn't fail, if you know what I mean. Understood?
Can we give the city manager some direction to come up with some more ideas as to how we can negotiate with the Armstrongs?
I got a suggestion.
Yes, sir.
Why don't we lower the base to $4,000 and keep the either $4,000 or 8%, whatever's greater, which I think falls within what you were proposing.
Very much so, Oli. Thank you.
I think something like that is fine. I'm just concerned with the number of months you're going to be open, because this is where I think somebody could say, "Well, by God, I'm going to keep it open. I can put some little tarps. I can do some stuff to make it. I can put up heaters like they have the Blue Water. I can give them blankets." I just think you're underestimating and I'm not in the food business.
It gets caught up.
Huh?
It gets caught up as he does more business. I mean, he's going to have $500,000 in that when he gets done with the inside and outside. And I think he's going to try to get as much money out of that place as he can. And he's going to come up with creative ways when,
that's
the
the reason,
Christmas
that's
and
the
New Year's
reason
week
to be
when
in
there's people
business.
all over the place. Yeah.
So if he's closed, say for the months he's closed, he still pays them.
He pays the $4,000.
Yeah. Sure. You still get the city will still get their base rent.
Right. But it's not $6,000; it's $4,000. It's
Approximately.
The square footage was about 6,300.
This is such a nice facility. They're going to want to be open more often. I mean,
of course.
The casino was a difficult place to negotiate in because there was a lot of pitfalls in that place.
No, of course, we want to be open as much as possible.
Absolutely.
Right.
But
However,
you're also
you have to understand, Joe, that we have been out there for almost 20 years, so we have a pretty good feel for the flow, the ebb and flow of traffic out there. But I think the overall picture, 2 years, 5 years out, I see growth for the place. And that 52%, I think that's a possibility. But it's not going to be 1, 2, 3 years down the road, but it could feasibly be 6 or 7 years down the road. And then the city, then the city gets your $80,000 a year in rent.
Well, I think we'd like to see more traffic
which is
through
close
there, too.
which is actually a little above the figure that you're proposing. try.
When you succeed, we succeed as well, and then the people succeed. We all win. It's a
Yeah,
win-win.
absolutely.
And we'd like
Absolutely, Joe, and that's the beauty of the percentage rent. Because if we do well, the city collects more rent. If we don't do very well, the city gets at least their base rent. So it's not like the city, if we have a bad year, we have another recession, whatever the case may be, terrorist attack, who knows? But if it's bad, the city still gets their base rent.
Right. Were you going to say something else, Mayor Pro Tem?
I was just going to make it a motion.
Wait a minute.
And do we, but thinking that through further, would you sunset that 4,000 after so many years, or you're just saying going forward?
I'm just saying going forward.
And what did we do on the other leases in terms of, was there a CPI in there? There was.
I'm thinking somewhere down the road, we're going to be collecting 8%.
Right.
So the base,
Exactly.
base rent doesn't-
That's exactly correct, Oli.
Yeah.
The hope is
Well-
CPI, the property insurance, the utilities, and
And property tax also, you said?
yes.
What were the property taxes before, roughly, do you think? Do you know?
The property tax that we paid in 2000, end of 2014, going into 2015, and 2016 were almost close to $12,000.
Annual property tax on
That
that
was for the
$12,000?
that was for the 2 years.
For 2 years, okay.
6,000.
Okay.
Yeah, about 6,000 a year.
Well, is it sounding like we're coming up with something?
No, absolutely, it does, Annie. We certainly really do appreciate the cooperation and the understanding. But it does beg the question that, in reference to the property tax, where do we go to find out what is the property tax going to be on this new establishment, new pier, new building?
I'm just going to say this is the first I'm become aware that they're paying property taxes, and there's usually cities don't pay property taxes on public property. So we can look into that if there's a legal reason not to.
We wouldn't pay on the ground.
It may be that it's based on fixtures and stuff like that.
Right.
But again, we can look into that property tax issue as part of any direction that the city.
That's really good, because if you've been paying and it's actual property tax versus contents or business business equipment.
The property tax that we pay there in 2 years, that's higher than the value of the equipment that we had in there, as I'm sure you know.
There's a land portion and an improvement portion.
Right.
There shouldn't be any land portion.
Right.
Well, that's what the property tax was on the land and
There shouldn't be any land.
It was land and improvements.
We're tax exempt.
That'd be great for us to look into that.
I'll look into that.
Be big.
Well, will you entertain my motion as a motion?
If you can repeat it.
Change the terms to the base rent of $4,000 and keep the percentage at 8.
With 15 and 2 5s?
15 and 2 5s.
No terms on how long they're open? Nope. Up to the discretion of the owner?
That makes me nervous. I don't feel comfortable with that.
That's the only one that I really had gotten. Actually, not just me, but we got hit real hard on that when we negotiated leases before. And this is separate to your concern right here, Russ, but requiring businesses that are outdoor businesses to be open, that was something that many of those business owners came forward with at that time and said, if we know that it's storm season and what's the purpose of opening if we know we're expecting rain? You can't keep your staff busy, is exactly what the Armstrongs are saying, is that, if you say we're expecting a stormy year and you can't keep people busy one day a week, so you make the business decision to close for 3 or 4 months and
because of
allow
one
those people.
No.
Well, no. I'm just saying in general, this has been what we've heard over and over again, is that we're now we've told our other businesses that you will be open this many months of the year. You can determine which months you're going to close, but you will be open
But there's also a line item in the lease that states for extenuating circumstances that we're not going to come after you because you
Yeah.
chose to close on a storm day. So
Yeah.
there's instances. So if we had a lot of storms, they're not going to be liable to open. But
Annie, can I just say, nobody has ever accused Russ or I of being lazy. And there is not a harder worker or one who puts in more hours in this town and business than this guy right here.
I understand.
So if you have any worry that if he could possibly be open, he would be closed or out on his boat, you can forget it.
And he deserves some time on his boat.
And please know that is not at all my concern.
No, I don't think so, Cindy.
I'm just trying to be fair to all the other tenants before you.
We want to succeed. We want the business to make money.
Right.
That's why we're there. We enjoy what we do.
Right.
Our bottom line is we have to. The Villa Portofino is going away in a year. Our lease is done. The building's been sold, and we're done there. We can put all our energy into the casino dock, but we have to be able to make a living doing it.
Of course.
It can't be costing us money, and we can't be breaking even.
No,
it's just not worth it.
But I don't want to write the lease in that regard different than we do those other people that are open air to look like we're giving some special concession. So, the thing that says whatever
do
it
that.
says, I think we might want to look at the continuity in that part of it, because then they are going to come back on us. We're justifying this because of the cost of the building, and that's wonderful.
And what about
And
the CPI?
Well, I think it should be in there. I think it should be in there. I don't know, Mr.
CPI on,
Olson?
CPI on the base?
On the base.
Yeah. I'm easy.
So far, so good?
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Was that just the CPI you were talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, CPI on the base. What's the minimum number of open months we have? Do you remember?
9.
9.
9? Would 9 be okay with a clause that in case of the heavens open up, you can close?
Of course.
I will amend my motion to include the 9-month opening.
Perfect. With heavens open.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Are you sure you want to take it back and have them study, or you think we're doing okay,
no,
Joe?
no, we're doing fine.
Okay, good.
I just
No,
try
you
to
went-
stimulate some input because
No, good.
No, perfect.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, and I highly suggest you have a couple of Italian items on the menu because no, I'm just trying to put a little light in the subject.
We are going to bring a few over, Joe, and a few from Armstrong's as well.
There you go.
Yeah.
Can I just say one more thing, that in case there's some things that we might be forgetting because of the other leases, that if it's the city manager can negotiate that with them for those terms, just in case there's any that we're
Something that we
forgetting.
missed.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll make the motion.
Okay, I second that motion.
And I have one question. Avoli, is the $4,000 an arbitrary dollar amount? How did you come up with that? Because people are going to ask us.
It's an arbitrary dollar amount. It's a nice round number. I like round numbers.
Well, the
And
average.
it's 25% of. It's also what the average would pay.
The average of.
It's what they said they would be paying, like year one when they open, as the business grows. So it's kind of the minimum.
I will say that in 2009, maybe 2010, the leases were up to $3 and say 28 cents a square foot. So, however many, 5 years later, you guys went up to $4. And if the CPI wasn't being added, you'd be close to that anyway. So it wasn't It sounds like a lot, but we didn't do a huge jump.
Oh, right. Oh, right. But the $4,000 again, you're.
It's about what they said they would be paying in the first year.
Okay, but we need to be fair and say, as it states right now, the letters that have gone out, the average, this is averaging the inside and the outside rents, the average would be $3.48 per square foot. Reducing the rent to a baseline of $4,000 reduces that down to $2.17. That seems where I would base my absolute agreement in this is with the Armstrongs building the building.
Right.
But if we were going to build
No.
the building, then we would be doing something unfair to our other tenants.
Yep.
So
No, I'm
I
sorry.
just want to make sure
good.
that
Thank you for
we're
doing
all
that.
good there.
Yeah, thanks for
Yes.
doing that math.
Okay.
And I just to be
Clarify.
open, that we subtracted some square footage from here to get to that lower number. So, just so you know.
Okay.
Okay.
For extenuating circumstances, we were instructed.
No.
Right, but they're paying for the square footage they're using.
No. No,
Yeah,
there's more
we're
square
still having
footage.
some discussion though. But that
This isn't
No.
the total square footage that's out there. We subtracted to get to that $6,399 per council's direction because of extenuating circumstances of them building the building, that we were to reduce the amount. So by doing that, we had to subtract square footage from it, which they would still be using. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
How much was that square footage? I'm sorry, do you know?
I could
off the
pull
top of your
out
head?
if you want to take a break, I could go get that information.
I need to take a break, but is there an easement for the ramp for the dock? Can you tell me that with the new design on this? Remember, there was going to be a section where
There's common area.
a common area where you get to the dinghy dock. There's
And the
a
gas
ramp.
dock.
The gas.
Did we have a motion?
Brian?
Well, no, but that's okay.
There's a motion and a second.
There's a motion in a second,
Okay.
but
And
we're
then
still
the only-
discussing it.
You're still discussing it, and just remember,
Okay.
for the Brown Act, there may be other members of the public that still have the opportunity to speak other than the Armstrong.
Well, could I add something to your amendment, or to your motion, even though it might not make any sense?
It makes a lot of sense.
No, your motion makes sense. But when you are when you're doing negotiations with the Armstrongs, I think that number might be interesting to know, because if that number was 300 or 400 square feet, that's a huge amount. I mean, it probably isn't a number like that, and you probably know what the square footage reduction was that you don't recall right now. But I think that needs to be at least known by you to what that is, and if that still makes everything seem that $2.17 or whatever.
Annie, may I say that, Denise said that it came out to about $2.17 a square foot. I actually didn't work that particular figure, but that is that $2.17, that's a very realistic figure that tenants in restaurants are paying in Avalon, right in that area. Like I said, we are at $1.92 a square foot interior space at the Ristorante Villa Portofino, and we're paying the city $3.25 or 28 cents for the patio.
Right.
So
I
don't think there's a lot of logic there. I would just like to say that I think it would make the city's job very much easier, and I think it would make the tenants calculating of their rent. If you went at some point decided to do in a restaurant, it's 8%. That's the rent. Determine a base rent, and at the end of the year, you reconcile, and the city gets the additional money. That's a suggestion that I think the city should do anyhow, and just get away from the square footage, because the square footage, as in the case of Casino da Cafe, is counterproductive. It's because of the large deck, it's cost prohibitive.
Right.
When the place is closed, or even when it's open, but you're not doing much volume of business.
Well,
And I just need to remind you also, I'm sorry.
No,
And I'm not
yeah.
against the Armstrongs at all. I'm just,
No.
I'm trying to refresh your memory on something. So the leases that we just got, you approved last council meeting for the fuel dock with the Island Company is $50,000 for the first 2 years, $70,000, and $135,000. And that is an easement, and if that were to go away, well, our fuel dock would go away because our fuel tanks are in that area. Or if they shortened it from us, I would worry about access to.
Excuse me, Denise, did you say that the Island Company was going to be charging the city $135,000 at some point for that easement?
In 3 years,
The
yes. That's
concrete
like,
slab and the storage room?
Yeah.
$135,000?
It's like 4,000 square feet,
Wow.
or something like that.
So
Yeah, didn't we make an offer to? Shouldn't we try to buy that? Didn't we try to do
In my
that?
opinion, that would be a good option. I have asked that question, but the answer was not in the affirmative. But I think there is logic, there's public policy logic, but of course you would have to have a willing seller. I think there's some, of course. So your question is, I think in the long term that would be, since a lot of that area anyway is filled. It was filled when the casino was built, and it's in that tideland area.
Yes.
Vicinity. So I think the question is, but you'd have to have a willing
Who
seller.
owns it?
Well, we have a surveyor out this.
Okay, yeah, because we got to find out who owns that before we start paying all that money to them.
Well, I think on just in fairness that on the other leases, it was an experience on that process that lasted from November of 2014 until the last meeting when those leases that we are paying on, and I think your staff made the best efforts to bring those to a conclusion. I think we did, but I think then we have time to look at other options in the future for location of facilities and maybe identification of other lands that should be public lands, and maybe having those discussions with a willing seller.
Thank you.
Thank
So,
you.
Yeah,
Annie,
that's
back
good.
to your question
Yeah.
then, do we, if we were to just say, calculating this out roughly was $2.17, would it be better to say $2 and whatever, 15 or 17 cents per square foot and charge for the full amount of square foot that we are leasing?
Especially if it's a significant amount of square footage that is not being calculated.
Because I remember the discussion now that you brought it up, that we were saying take away, I think it was the storage area and all of that. We were saying take that off and sort of giving you that space.
Well, that was another thing, Cindy, too. In the lease, you guys were going to recalculate after 5 years, and our rent was going to shoot up again. Yikes.
Well, in 5 years, you should be really.
I know, but we're already paying too much to start out with the lease that you were offering us.
At that $2.17 a foot, that would probably work out someplace in the ballpark.
And then may I just throw
of the
out
figure that Ole proposed?
that Ole, I think that what you just proposed is like an industry standard. I don't think that that's like giving us a break or anything like that. 8% is a restaurant industry standard. Now, with that sort of term, we would expect to go into a shell and complete it and build out a restaurant. So there's still that question of us investing in the building and making a capital improvement. What do we get for that?
Extra 10 years.
An extra 10 years.
An extra 10 years.
15 and the 2 year.
And not $300.25 and
an
not
extra 10 years on the lease and a lower
25
rent,
years.
a lower
Base rent.
square base
Right.
rent.
Right.
Because we're going to have to see if that
Yeah,
works as well.
Okay,
for us.
because I think we've come a long way, and
No, you really have.
and so
we appreciate it.
So I think now it's back in your court, because before it was kind of in ours, and and I think once we vote on this, we haven't even voted on it. If it passes, then I think it is back on you.
Well,
do we vote on it?
It is, Annie, but I will say,
we
too,
hold it
that
over.
this has been very refreshing for Jenny and I this evening because we've had the opportunity to speak with all of you together as opposed to, catch on the street, catch Cindy in her office, and she's busy, and it's been very much of a challenge.
Yeah.
But it's been great this evening that we can, discuss it in the open. And Denise, we've had numerous meetings with Denise and Ben Harvey and
we thank Dave for bringing it, and David for bringing it out.
David's the one that brought it to the table.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Instrumental. So I just feel like tonight we actually made some real progress.
Yeah, great. Okay, so there's a motion on the table, and
Do we?
and a second.
Right, and so just if we vote, I mean, do you need any more time to think about this? Are you guys okay with these terms?
No, she said she wants to go home.
Well,
And that's what my worry is in voting. Do we hold it over?
What we would like to see, Cindy, after this meeting, is presumably sometime this week or by next week, just a compilation of what we've discussed and exactly what we're looking at, and then we'll take a look at it, and then we'll get back to you ASAP on that.
So we do hold it over, right?
So can I?
That was my
can I
worry
give
in
a
voting.
Summary then?
Yeah.
Is it
That would be awesome.
base rent of $4,000 a month plus the CPI, 8%? We're looking into the property tax. Open 9 months for 15 years and 2 5s, and any other things that staff might not remember, and we're negotiating it. And is it for the total square footage of the square footage that's on this thing?
That's what I want you to.
We'll work on it.
I think you need to look at that. Again, if it's 300 square feet or 1,000 square feet, and that's an exaggeration, then I think we need to relook at something. But if it's a few bucks, I'm not so concerned.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Ole and seconded by Joe.
Anybody from the community want to speak? Okay.
Anybody awake?
All those in favor?
All ayes.
Thank you.
Since we've been here for 3 hours.
Okay, folks, thank you so much.
Okay, Russ. Go, Russ, you're welcome. And Jenny, too.
And Denise, we'll be looking at for a review of all this, like within a week or thereabouts.
I'm sure you're going to want to continue this with Mr. Jenkins because that's who you started it with, or this round,
Okay.
and he'll be out of town till Monday.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you so much.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, folks.
Jesus, how do we drag this out? You're on.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Audra.
Okay, good evening, council. It's my turn, finally. The first agenda item I'm going to talk about tonight is the results of the community-wide income survey that the city undertook. As you all know, the city of Avalon actively pursues local and state federal grant opportunities. The goal of acquiring these grant funds in most cases to assist in offsetting expensive infrastructure and capital improvement projects. Many funding agencies look at data such as the median household income, which we're going to call MHI for the rest of the night, and population to determine eligibility. A recent trend adopted by many grant agencies is basing funding levels on project priorities for disadvantaged communities. And we're going to call that a DAC. DAC designation is derived from census data utilizing median household incomes from each community. An example that I think is relevant is the Prop 1 State of California Water Bond. Considers a city to be disadvantaged if the MHI is 80% of the state's MHI. So these are some of the state statistics. The California MHI, 61,000, 80% of that is 48. According to the data that the agencies have right now, the city of Avalon MHI is 65,433 and 80% is 52. Based on this data, then Avalon would not be considered a DAC. State, federal, and local agencies provide processes to challenge the census data when an agency feels the data does not accurately represent their community. City management and staff felt strongly that the data was inaccurate, and with City Council support, we began the community-wide income survey to collect anonymously information. The community-wide survey was conducted by Michael Baker International, and it utilized the guidance provided by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, due to the fact that HCD has the most stringent requirements and processes to challenge median household incomes. And the results are in. Some of the highlights of the survey indicate or show that the city MHI is only $42,000. The MHI for renters, which is 65.7% of our population, is $32,000 and change. And I thought one of the more telling things was that for part-time residents that aren't employed here, they have an extremely high MHI. And I think that disparity is one of the reasons why the census data for so many years carried forward was so inaccurate and didn't really reflect the realities of our community. So the results of the community-wide survey confirm the City of Avalon's MHI is substantially lower than calculated by the U.S. Census, and in fact is actually lower than the 80% of the state. So this just shows the 42,000. The MHA is 48,000. So based on the survey, the city's MHI is $7,000 lower than the 80% and $19,000 lower than the state MHI. And I can also tell you that I don't get into the processes of the actual survey in this PowerPoint, But I know there were people whose surveys weren't received or they didn't get them, but they did door to door. There's a lot of anecdotal information that at a later time will be very useful to the city, extremely useful for grant writing. Performing a the next steps, performing a citywide cost of a living analysis may, dependent on the results, further decrease the City of Avalon MHI. A cost of living analysis compares the cost of goods and services necessary to live, a gallon of milk, a loaf of bread, fuel, and can be utilized as a comparator to the income of the households living in Avalon and complement the results of the income survey. So we all know that it costs more to live here. So if we do a study that actually proves that, then it would actually even lower the MHI even more. Reporting the results to the granting agencies. The city must now take all of the data received, and it was a huge Excel dump, just so you know, and it's not my strongest area, and it's a lot of analytics as well, and assemble it into a format acceptable to state and federal agencies, with the most complicated being housing, HCD. Hiring a firm that is well versed in this area and supports city staff through the process may be of high value and time saving. Once the process is complete and accepted by the HCD, the income survey is valid for 5 years, so all of our work has some longevity to it. It is important to note that there is not a simplified or singular process to challenge income data. Every governmental agency has a separate process, with the HCD being the most difficult. So what that means is for the Prop 1 DAC, it's a different process. We obviously see that the Prop 1 is a really important one to start with, but I think starting the HCD process, because it is the gold standard, is also, we should be doing that parallel.
Audra, is it not true that then once this standard is established with HCD, then if we go to the Economic Development Administration,
they accept
the
it.
Farmers Home Administration, or other grant agencies, because this is the highest standard, this then can be used, likely be used as the standard to compare our need versus the grant money that they have available.
Right, and that's why MBI used the HCD standard as the kind of the guide for this, because they are historically the most difficult agency to navigate. In order to be certain the city is not missing important grant opportunities such as Prop 1, which we all know is very important, staff will be contacting the appropriate state and federal departments to begin the process of challenging the DAC and presenting the results of the income survey. Information and statistics from the survey will not only be used for challenging the city's MHI, but as I said, it'll be extremely useful for future grants. And lastly, the additional information collected on the survey as it relates to the ferry travel, because if you recall, we added a question about ferry travel. It will also be useful in the city's ongoing efforts to have ferry miles included for the National Transit Database. So we tried to add one little thing on there that wouldn't skew the data, but that would give us more data. And that is the end of that presentation.
Thank you.
That's great.
I can't emphasize how important this is for the water issues that we've been talking about, because all these the grant funds out there have matching fund requirements. Usually the state puts 50% and the city has to put up 50%. But if we can show that we meet these requirements, the state in many instances pays 100%. So no money out of Avalon's general fund. That's the importance of the work that Audra has completed.
Good job, Audra.
Great. It is telling, though. I mean, it's interesting. 59% are 59% of the population is. We know that based on school population that our Hispanic population is 75 to 80%, and here it's.
I want to address that because. There's an interesting way that they ask that question on your race, and a lot of Hispanic people identify as white. So that isn't as telling a data, I think, as actual hard income data.
Right.
So when you ask that question, it's not as clear of a one as how much do you make.
Well, the law says that you can identify as you self-identify, and as some, since I'm part Cherokee, I could say I'm Cherokee.
Right.
Or So you have to self-identify yourself. We don't identify you.
Right. There's a draft that was attached to your staff report, which is really interesting reading. There's also some field survey notes that weren't part of the survey, but kind of gave a picture of the living conditions in Avalon, which we'll also find useful later down the road. So the items before you tonight to decide on is if you would like us to go forward with trying to find someone to help us go through the HCD process, and if you would like us to get proposals to do a cost of living. And Oli's saying no on the cost of living.
Sometimes you don't want to ask questions.
Oh, on the cost of living?
Yeah.
Well,
It could come out the wrong way. It's like when someone asked about the Pebble Beach Road. How was Pebble Beach Road? It closed up for 9 years or 10 years. But you don't want the answer. The answers might be because we don't have something. Our cost of gas higher, but our entertainment costs I think is a lot less because we don't have all those opportunities.
That's one way to look at it. I mean, I like data because it makes it easier to tell a story and write a grant.
But you've got it. You've got that 42
yeah,
grand.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, it's completely your discretion. It's just one of the things that MBI, the consultants, and I and Jordan, when he was part of the project, discussed as a valuable tool.
I think what you look at, and this is the same in California, is you look at the cost, you look at salary, but then you say, but what is the cost of living? So it's not just perishables. It's what are rents compared. The standard generally is if you pay more than 30% of your gross income, you're considered in that. They consider that excessive. So to the extent that we can determine, I think what Audra's saying is the extent that we can determine, and rents are high. I think we would agree they're very high here. That may help us. But why don't maybe, if with your permission, council members, we can go back and ask that question: are there any downsides to doing that? That Mayor Pro Tem said. What are the downsides of doing it? And then we can bring back something that will or we won't.
Well, if it's just bad information, just file it.
Until it's time for labor negotiations. I know where he's going. He doesn't write labor negotiations would be. I know. I anticipated this concern. It's just a recommendation. It's not anything that's crucial, but it would tell a good picture. But I would like to know if we can go ahead and look for somebody to help us navigate through the HCD.
I think that's a great idea.
As long as it's less than $5,000.
So, and both steps.
I understand that reference, sir.
Yes, and the other one too, retain a consultant to assist in. Do we want to look at both of those two steps?
No, I think we're going to come back with more information on Oli's question about cost of living. So we're not going to make any forward motion on that, right? Did I get that right?
That was I understood the council.
Okay. Because how long did it take from start to finish for this?
I think we received council approval in December of last year to hire MBI. And once we got the boots on the ground and we did the front end of it, it was only a couple of months. But the thing of it is it's a lot less intensive because you're not collecting any data. Now you have all the data. You're just figuring out how to assemble that data and present it to the state.
But to consider performing the cost of living study, that's data.
I don't think that's as timely because it's just pricing goods and things like that. I don't think it doesn't require
okay.
So I don't think that would take as long.
Yeah, I guess my concern is if it's something that's going to take another 9 or 10 months. Well,
I don't, but everything moves a little slower in government, so I wouldn't want to tell you it's fast and it not be.
Well, do we have to make a motion to accept the report, or we just accept
I would urge you to.
Yes.
I would urge you to do that. To accept the
To
report.
accept the report and provide further direction to go out to receive support to do the HCD.
Yes.
Okay. Where's the vote?
That's a motion.
Motion second. Further comment? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to keep on keeping on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this topic is is twofold. The city manager gave me permission to put them into one staff report, so I wouldn't be up here more times than I needed to be. And we're just going to go ahead and start. So you haven't seen me up here to talk about transit in a while, so I'm just going to give you a little refresher. Avalon Transit provides bus and dial-a-ride service. The operations are provided by Transportation Concepts. The bus operates 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Dial-a-ride operates 7 days a week, 365 days a year. All vehicles are ADA accessible. Right now, the system has a low fare structure. It's $1 for the bus and $2 for the dial-a-ride. And some exciting stats to share with you. Since Garibaldi started service a couple of days after the 1st of June, we've had over 30,000 riders and 1,400 riders on the dial-a-ride. So the numbers are growing, and that's good. This is kind of an exciting thing. I happened to get on the bus the day that these kids were riding, and these are students from Avalon School. And one of the things that the teacher shared with me was that they'd never been able to take a field trip that was inclusive to all of their students. And Joshua was in his wheelchair, buckled down, and it was I just happened to get on the bus to go from downtown back up to City Hall, and there they all were, and they were having the time of their lives. So there's a lot of really positive things that have been going on with the new transit system, and we want to make sure we share them. So now we get into the meat of it. The Avalon Transit operating contract was awarded to Transportation Concepts in April after an exhaustive competitive bid process. I think you guys all recall. The operations contract includes all components of the operation of the Avalon Transit program, excluding vehicle maintenance, and it began June 1st. Transportation Concepts employs 13 people to operate Avalon Transit, and 12 of them are residents. And they were here in the audience, but you tired them out. And minus the weekend relief drivers. And we could say George lives here too now, so it's actually 13. This is an older picture, but this shows some of the transit employees with the mayor. And before we got the bus on the road, this was a really exciting day for all of us. During the RFP process, the incumbent operator, CTS, stated that an air brake endorsement was required to operate the e-buses. This is important to note because an air brake endorsement would require a driver to have higher additional training and a subsequently higher wage. Based on the incumbent's statement, we contacted the manufacturer of the e-bus to verify, and we were advised the braking system was hydraulic. And this information was relayed during the bidding process. During the California Highway Terminal Inspection, which is a requirement of all public transit buses and happens annually, is that correct? Of the buses, before they were shipped to Avalon, the city and Transportation Concepts were advised that the braking system, although primarily hydraulic, was air over hydraulic, and drivers would need the special endorsement to operate the buses. The need to find qualified drivers with an air brake endorsement and the relatively small employee pool in Avalon necessitated Transportation Concepts to substantially increase the hourly wages of drivers to be competitive with other transportation providers within the city. And we heard from Jenny and Russ about how hard it is to find employees. Imagine trying to find employees that have these special endorsements. And I would also like to note that the availability of qualified drivers was also an observation that was pointed out by the incumbent during the RFP process. Because of the higher wage, that obviously has increased TC's costs. And so city staff and TC have negotiated an increase dependent upon city council approval through the end of the current fiscal year that would bridge the gap in the wages that were bid on and the actual wages, utilizing unspent grant funds and other transit-related savings, and will not require additional general funds for this year. So I'm trying to solve the problem before I come to you guys. Additional cost-saving measures have been considered, including increasing fares and reducing service hours. And the Both of those are viable, but they're not desirable. The goal of Avalon Transit is to provide affordable, reliable, and frequent public transportation options. Because the system has only been in operation for 4 months and is building ridership, reducing hours, and increasing fares may not be in the best interest of the service at the present time. Funding going forward, and the city manager wrote a very nice management report on our meeting last week. City management staff, Supervisor Knabe's office, and LA County Metro Authority staff, some pretty high-ranking people, I might add, visited the island last week, stayed for 2 days to discuss the city's transportation funding needs. And I also included in there grant funds for the taxi voucher program, which is currently being paid for out of the city's general fund with the direction of Councilmember Olson. The main focus was questioning the formula funding the city receives. So a majority of our transit funding is based on our year-round population, and it doesn't factor the visitor population who also rely on the city's transit program. City management and staff were encouraged by the visit and will be working closely with them over the next 6 months to identify and secure additional permanent funding for the city's transportation needs. The timing is good because starting in January, Metro will be developing their budget. And so we're kind of in on that and on their radar.
Here's slides behind.
Oh, I'm a slide behind. Thank you. Okay, look at how fast we're going now. Now on to the dial-a-ride hours. During the public outreach for the new dial-a-ride program, city and TC staff met with the city's senior citizen population to let them know about the new dial-a-ride program and get input. And it was important because their public transit was changing. We went to the senior meals, we went to the Beacon Hill, we were all over the place. And one of the key concerns expressed by them was the hours of operation, and they were worried that the hours wouldn't be long enough. So based on their feedback, we extended the hours to 8 p.m. on a trial basis. And since beginning operations, the dial-a-ride has only carried one dial-a-ride passenger between the hours of 6 and 8. So that we tried it, but I don't think it's actually fiscally responsible. So due to the very low ridership during the extended hours during the trial period, we would like to move back to the original terms, which ends the service at 6 o'clock. And as a reminder, the taxi voucher program is open to all residents and is an option for dial-a-ride passengers that need transit service after hours. This requested change back to the original terms also assists in keeping the costs lower. And finally, because I like to end on a high note, looking ahead. So these are some of the things that we're actively working on, which is refining bus stop locations, new signage and benches at stops so people can actually sit and wait for the bus, simplified bus stop maps because they are very complicated, but thank you, Jim, for letting us use your map. It's just not a good transit map. Additionally, over the next few months, the city will be sending a survey to residents and workers at Pebbly Beach to assess their transit needs. Staff will also be bringing back to City Council, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, a proposal for a pilot program to implement a real-time app that advises when the next bus is arriving and where the bus is on the route. And I think that'll really be a game changer because you can look at it and just know, okay, in 5 minutes the bus is going to be here.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, and I think, and it's actually some of the residents at Bird Park have approached me about this as well. We really want to use the bus, but we just don't really know when it's going to be there. So in closing, I would like to add the city should be proud of the accomplishments of providing expanded bus service and has a commitment of myself and TC to strive to continually improve the service. And that is the end of that one.
Wow.
Mayor, if I could just say that first, that as Audra has said, that the council should be proud of being a leader, really, and going to the e-bus. And I also should mention that in meeting the Metro senior, the executive officer, the head of it, and also, of course, Connie Seibel, they spoke very highly of the cooperation that they received from Audra, and they think very highly of her and the work that she does, and that's certainly to our benefit. So
thank you for the lovely public
Good job.
compliment.
Two thumbs up.
That's great.
Oh,
So what we're asking is to approve the increase in the contract with the funds that I've identified, and reduce the dial-a-ride hours back to the original contract.
Well, I would like to start then. What the heck? I'm on a roll today. Okay, I'm a little bit concerned with the last paragraph that says, Catalina Transportation stated that the e-buses required air brake endorsements for all the Staff contacted e-bus to confirm this and was hydraulic. It did not require an air brake endorsement. That is a major faux pas that I don't know why we're having to take the brunt of that. One. Two, this revelation, along with the shortage of available drivers. Okay, did you not tell me how many of the drivers are local, and one from over town, and the rest are local?
12.
12 local and one
but
over town.
That's not just drivers. That's dispatchers. That's
okay. The majority of the drivers, except for one, are from the island.
Correct.
Are you telling me that every one of those drivers had the necessary endorsements, or when did they get, or how did?
Well, they all don't need them, but do you want to get up and talk about how the contract? Well, so what happened when they increased the wages of the drivers? Then they had to make it parity, so they couldn't have a driver making more than a supervisor. They were having trouble, not just, and back to what I said about CTS's statement that it's really hard to find qualified people. That's the first thing that TC ran into, was how do we staff this program with people here on the island?
Right.
The wage that TC originally proposed was a wage that is a wage that works for transit operations on the mainland. Additionally, what I don't think they fully understood, and nor did I, that a lot of the CTS's wages were supplemented by tips. And so that's how they were making a living wage. Even the trolley driver, there was a thing that said, please tip us. So when you took the tipping out of the equation, and the air brake endorsement on top of that, which I agree, I do want to say it is a little bit of a muddy area because it's not a traditional air braking system. So I can see where the owners, who I contacted and not the engineer, stated, no, they're hydraulic brakes. They are hydraulic, air over hydraulic. So that was, and I mean, the CHP says what the CHP says, and we have to follow that. So those are my
manufacturer
responses.
Gave information that CHP said was not accurate. So when they bid, and I had the same concern when this first came up, because I thought it was they just underbid or they low bid, didn't do good homework, your contractor, but in fact they were giving faulty information by the manufacturer about what would be required to be a driver, and that was learned after the CHP did the
correct after the contract was already awarded.
It wasn't the fault of your contractor, but it was the manufacturer.
No, I know it's not. And what recourse do we have on the manufacturer for giving us faulty information?
We're looking.
We're in
at
contact
that,
with them.
yeah. And so that was the question I had when I reviewed the draft staff report. And if someone messed up here, then we want to look at our contract with the manufacturer to see what legal rights we have against the manufacturer to recoup this. So we are looking at this because if they made a misrepresentation, we'll do what we can to get that money back to make the city whole.
So then I have questions, and maybe this is for George and the other folks. That the e-bus, the air brake endorsement, what does that entail? And did we have anybody with that at the time when you hired them, or they've all had to be trained, or how does that?
No, they found drivers with air brake endorsements.
What's that?
They found drivers with air brake endorsements on the island, but they have to compete with the Island Company and other companies that provide bus service.
Based on tips?
No, no.
Based on drivers.
Based on drivers.
They pay that
Based
kind of
on
money?
drivers.
Yeah.
Now, is this a Class B? Is that
It's a
driver's
Class B
license?
with
You
an
guys
air
have
brake.
Class
It's a
B
Class-
transportation. The air brake endorsement comes with your Class B, right?
No, it's an extra endorsement.
Yeah.
That is an additional.
It is an additional.
Yes.
Okay. We did ours with the fire department. It
Can I ask
came
a
with
dumb question?
Please, I've been asking them all night.
I just can't find out how your cost increased by 50% just for an air brake endorsement.
Okay,
Going
I'm going
from-
to let you guys, I'm going to let that's their contract, so now it's their turn.
Let's,
Well, good evening, Council. Rich Rogers, Transportation Concepts. The increase was directly related to what we originally bid, which, like Audra said, was around, the average for wages for drivers was around $12 to $14 an hour. When we found out that they had to have the air brake certification, we were competing with others here on the island that are driving the charter buses for the tours and stuff. They're making anywhere between $20 to $25 an hour. So we put our rate at $22 an hour to get the employees, and trust me, we tried to start this off with what we had originally bid. And to be honest with you, we would have had no drivers, nobody. We couldn't get people in the door. We had one person, and we had to negotiate the rate up for that person because she had to have work. Everyone else just turned us down. So we said, okay, well, here's what we've got to do the right thing. We've got to pay them the wages that they deserve for the role that they've got, having the certifications. And then once we get the thing off the ground, then we'll discuss it with the city. And that's what we've done. So the costs have gone up dramatically as a result of the labor increase. Not only the drivers, but the supervisors and the manager, because it's sort of a trickle down to trickle up effect. Because we're paying the driver more than we were paying the manager when we first started. So everybody had to be adjusted proportionately. So that's what brings up the 50%. And at this point, what we're looking to, and we're in agreement with the city, is they're coming up with about half of that money. We're willing to do that, because we want to partner with the city and keep going. And we know that in time, they're going to get the funding and things are going to work out. And we talked earlier, we heard other people talking about profit margins. At this point, we're losing money, but with the 90,000 amount that we're going to be getting, we're going to come closer to breaking even, and as long as we're at near even, we're going to be fine, and then we'll look ahead in another year and see where we're at with the funding.
Not in a year.
Well, yeah.
6 months.
Right.
3 months.
Okay, so you're needing, okay, well.
And then I'd also like to add one other thing, and that was that during the RFP process, one of the requirements is that the incumbent share their wage structure with the new contractor, so they have an idea of what it costs. And the tip factor wasn't in there because the tips aren't part of their payroll. So the tipping thing really is a big thing, because if you talk to the taxi drivers, that's how they make their money. They're not making money off an hourly wage. So when we took the tipping piece out of it, which is customary to not tip public transit drivers, it also skewed it. And I'm not blaming anyone. It's just a whole series of events. And, the incumbent CTS, they knew that these were challenges, and they stated these were challenges. And until we went out and did it, we weren't going to know what those challenges were. So
back to, didn't you give some numbers at the very beginning on how many riders we've had? Did you do that? How many?
Yep. We've had just over 30,000 on the fixed route. And we've had, 1,400 on the dial-a-ride. The dial-a-ride was really slow going in the start, I have to tell you. I think part of the problem was that people still had their purple taxi tickets and all of that. But the TC's done an incredible job. I think they increased ridership by 50% from month one to month two. And they're continually building. It's growing. They haven't seen the demand that we all kind of thought, Oli, how we thought we were going to have 2 vehicles and it wasn't going to be enough. We haven't seen that yet.
Okay. And on your solutions for bigger ridership, can we maybe push a little harder with the Island Company on that party bus?
I have had, Mayor, the first discussion with their transportation, explaining that for them it would be a savings in cost if we provided the service. And my impression, or what they said was, well, they still think they'd like to continue the service, but they'd like to add our bus into the routes that they go out to Descanso. And I would hope that they would revisit that for purposes of, for a number of purposes, or a number of reasons. And I can engage again with that conversation as we're working now.
I would like, it would be nice if they would work with us on the success of this program, because that benefits their visitors, it benefits their employees, and
I think it would.
So anyway, that's all.
Yeah, I think it would benefit us and the transportation concepts taking them out, but bringing them in,
right,
it could potentially destroy the buses because of the salt water, the sand, and
dialogue.
There's people are very intoxicated, so you could potentially get vomit and things like that. It'd be pretty messy bringing people in, but bringing them out there is great.
And you know, and Joe has a really good point, because we did do this ride along where we invited some council members to Hernandez and Sampson, who have had a great interest in the buses and the program, to just do a ride along and look at some modified bus stops and some things like that. And one of the things that we had the luckiness to have was that Bill Boyd was our driver. And Bill Boyd also does that route. And so he was able to share real information about the challenges he would see with our bus system and the buses going out there. It would definitely bring a whole nother level to it. But I don't know how we take them out there and then not pick them up. Can we do that and make them walk back in?
Well, unless you modified the buses in some way.
You have to modify the buses,
right.
but it would still be a wear and tear on the buses. We have material seats on them, and if somebody sits down and they're soaking wet, and then we go to pick up some tourist who wants to go, visitor who wants to go up to the botanical gardens, and they have to sit on a wet seat, that is not going to work. And the sand is going to create a really slippery surface on the inside of the bus. Modifications maybe? I don't know. What do you guys think?
We could take a look at there is a permit that was given to operate the party bus, and so we can certainly look at that permit and have a good discussion with them, take into consideration the issues that you've raised, and see if there's some ways of us benefiting and them benefiting.
Well, we could park one of our buses. We drive that one. It doesn't need the hydraulic thing or the air things, and then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So do that, and we can use they can puke in their butt.
But the congestion, if they get their buses, is adding to the problem.
Well, yeah, because what we learned in talking with Metro is that our fare box to recovery is very low. It's about 6% when the standard for those subsidized funds is about 10. So to the extent that we can get more riders, generally transportation systems don't want competition in a public system where you're trying to have increase hours and increase stops, length of time, shorter waits. You usually want to be able to operate a system, and that's what, with your permission, we'll explore with a company. And by the way, you do hold you're the ones who grant the permit, and I'm certain that the company would be willing to discuss issues with us that are
to where they could pick them up and drop them off, right?
Yes, because the current system, it is a little bit, at the end of Whitley, it's a little congested in that intersection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
it's confusing too.
And it's a little, and so it might be something that I'm sure we can have a reasoned discussion on the topic. And
it takes a lot of our bus drivers' time too. They have to sit and answer questions from thousands of people hundreds of people every day that want to go out to Descanso Beach, and they think that our transit bus is the party bus,
right?
And that
but
that takes a lot of time.
Look at it and
and the signage that they have.
How much? There is definitely a revenue stream that I think we're missing, both to Pebbly Beach and to Descanso. But and Joe's point about the salt water and the concerns on wear and tear on the buses is extremely important to think about. But also, I don't want to lose the.
Turn that off.
Ollie's already on the party bus. But I worry about taking that service away from what these buses are intended to do as well, which is the public transportation in town.
Oh, it is.
And I haven't actually clocked it myself to see how much more that would add to the route.
Well, so for the Pebbly Beach route, the idea was that the survey that we're going to send out to the employers and the residents, we would do times, so it would deviate like twice a day or 3 times a day, and then wouldn't impact the route in town as much. So that's one way to get around that, because I don't think you're going to be moving as many people out to Pebbly and back in from Pebbly as you are moving them to the gardens or around town. But I think, to do it on a trial basis, because we know that there's people that have asked for it, just kind of like with the Dial Ride. We try it out, we document how many riders we have, and then we make a decision based on that. Because this is a normal transit thing. You get a little old lady who wants the bus to go from point A to point B, and she calls her congressman and her transit and says, you need to change this. This is really, really, and they change it, and she rides it once a month. So this is all normal. I'm learning, which I didn't think I was ever going to know this much about transit. But I think it's worthwhile to try it, and then who knows? I mean, in regarding the Descanso, I think it would increase revenue tremendously, but there are definitely drawbacks.
Well, we can get them as far as Casino.Cafe.
There you go. We can get and get that 8%.
And those concerns were coming from the drivers, actually. Right?
Well, yeah, and
that's where we learned it from, and
it is very valuable to have Bill, because he has driven that service also, so he has a really interesting perspective and a valuable one, right?
Yeah,
because he does it. Yeah.
Well, all of them.
Yeah. And Bill's a great driver, by the way. If you haven't been on the bus when Bill's the driver, he's great. Yeah, they are.
Well, this doesn't excite me. It's just bad.
So are we at a point of entertaining a motion, or what are we? We have.
No, we are. I'm just disheartened, that, and it's all trial and error, and I realize that it's and I keep worrying about the be able to replace the batteries, and at this stage, they're just spent $90,000 that would have helped with battery replacement down the line to put in our fund. I just get concerned looking down the line that it's.
Well, I do too, and I'm fully aware of it. I can tell you that this project has been a labor of love for me, and I want it to succeed, and I will do everything in my power to have it funded and running and doing all the things that we want it to do.
Oh, I totally get it. I totally know.
and we've made great leaps in 4 months. I mean, we're operating a bus 7 days a week, 300. That's a big deal.
It really is.
Well, and a couple key items too. One, getting the bus stops in order, getting the map in order, all of that will be beneficial to increase the ridership. Right now, there's, even myself included, somebody will be standing in front of me, and the first thing I want to say is, go get on the Garibaldi, but I can't, because I don't know when it's coming, and I don't know where to send them to. So once all of that's in place, I think we have a real win in increasing the ridership. And even though it's intended to be a public transportation for the residents of the city, it could very easily provide that transportation, especially folks leaving hotels and going to.
And I think you have people. You're getting those riders.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're struggling with all the transit issues, which is luggage and all these other things. But I can tell you, just from my personal experience, I've taken the bus on a number of occasions. And a couple weeks ago, we got off the boat, my daughter and I, and there was the bus waiting for us, and we had this big, huge suitcase. And I'm like, we're taking the bus. She's like, It was only $2, and it dropped me off right here, and it worked. And there was a whole bunch of other people on the bus. I would encourage you to ride the bus if you haven't. Ride it frequently. Talk to people that are riding it because they're really excited about it. The mayor of Carmel wrote it and came in and gave us all pins and said it was. So there's a lot of things to be proud of. I know that this isn't what we want to see right here, right now, but if you'll give it a chance, I think we can. I just have confidence that we can figure it all out. So.
I have another dumb question. The $160,000 that we're short of the $10 and $11.60 an hour, the difference between the bid price and the cost
right.
price, it's 13,000 hours.
13,000 hours.
Yeah. Take 160 divided by $11.60, it's 13,000 hours.
It's not just the hourly rate. There's a fixed and a variable. The fixed cost takes into account supervisors and managers. Like I said earlier, all the wages went up. So there's more that's put into the fixed, and then the hourly rate is the drivers themselves and the associated taxes and benefits that go with them. So that's why it looks like it's out of disproportion, but it's the total amount.
Of the 160, how much of that goes to drivers and how much of that goes to everything else?
I would say probably 60, 70%, something like that. I mean, I'd have to look at my numbers and analyze them to tell you that. So I'm just guessing. But the larger share is the drivers because we have the majority of our employees are drivers. We've got one manager, 1.5 supervisors, 1.5 dispatchers, and the rest of the drivers.
And I also want to add too that amount is actually for 13 months. Because if you remember and I would like to say that we will negotiate hard. That was just a number that they came up with, and I said, this is what it is. This is what we can do. This is all the money I can find. That doesn't impact the general fund. But if you recall, we did the contract off the fiscal year so that if we're ever bidding it again, we're not going into service on the 1st of July.
All right.
Which it didn't end up working out that way anyway. We went into service the 1st of June, but the contract ends March 31st. So the first term was 10 months and then two-year terms after that. But I told them, you need to figure out the gap that will get you through the end of the fiscal year because I'm not going to be able to find any funding. That's not going to that's going to happen on April 1. Right. So those numbers aren't actually based on, just.
That takes us through March 31st.
This takes us through June 30th.
Or through June 30th.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I didn't want to come up here and say this is the gap till April 1st, and then come back in March and say, okay, now we need to do another gap until July 1. So I was trying to think ahead.
Okay. And an option isn't to go to tips?
Well, it's public transit, so you're really not supposed to do that. And I mean, if we really want it to be a public transit system, I mean, I think there's something valuable in giving these people a living wage.
I totally get it.
I mean, not that it should be on the backs of the city, but if we can figure it all out, I mean, these people are getting paid, a living wage.
And are we talking about programs for some kind of packages to a monthly pass that's maybe a little bit reduced route, or there's school kids up here somewhere and get some?
Yes, those are all ideas, and they're all open ideas. I'm just treading water, right?
I know.
Trying to figure out bus stops and everything else. But
I know.
I mean, I'm just whacking them off one at a time. But bus passes are definitely day passes. All kinds of different things that can encourage ridership are positive things.
Well, are you doing it, or are they working on them? Or you're working on them together?
Together.
Okay.
But we have to develop the pass system for them because they just operate the system. So,
Yeah, but they're the ones that are getting the money.
Oh, there you go.
Right. But what we do is, I mean, it's a collaborative process where we may have experience with lots of other agencies all over the place, and so then we share ideas, and then that's how we come up with the solutions.
Okay.
So that's kind of the way it's been
And
working.
how many different cities do you operate?
We've got about, in the local, like Southern California area, we've got about 17 contracts right now.
So you've got some creative things that are working there that we just haven't tried here yet, or?
That is correct, and it's kind of taking one step. We've started off with baby steps.
I know,
and it's just a
so new.
process. We'd love to just implement, throw everything in there, and boom, go. Doesn't work like that. We've got to get the infrastructure built, and that's what they're doing right now. And we're actually impressed with the ridership on the fixed route. It's done really well for just starting off with minimal marketing, and education to the public. So imagine when we get all of the signs put up, we get the information out there, it's going to get to a point, I suspect, where we're going to have overcrowded buses.
Mm-hmm. So, and this is terrible of me, but anyway, you say you're losing money.
Yes.
When you start a new business and you're in the business, if you weren't subsidized like this, what would you do? You know what I mean? You've got 16 or 17 businesses that are working fine. You start a new fledgling business, and then you go to the city and say, well, we need more money. I mean, is that how business is done?
That and change orders.
Because we're government. Only because we're government. If we were a private business, wouldn't you just be taking if you opened another Chet's, who are you going to go to say, help me pay for Chet?
I would tell you this: if there was not a mistake in the representation, I would say that you don't have to pay them. Top. But because there was a mistake in the misrepresentation that the city passed on to them, that's why legally they have an argument why they're entitled to this. But if there was not that representation, I wouldn't support what staff is asking for.
And Mayor, just so you know, as a company, we've never done that. We don't go back after we win a bid. And some of our competitors over the past have done that. That's not our style. And even like I said, when we started, we raised the wages up. We know we were going to lose money, but we did it because it was the right thing to do. We wanted the service to be successful. And so, yeah, we understand that. We bid the thing to make some money. Right now we're not, but we know that as long as we get close to breaking even for the first period of time, we're going to be okay. Ultimately, we want to be partners with the city and succeed together. And so, yeah, there's some growing pains, and we have to tighten our belt, but that's what we're willing to do.
Well, and I'm not usually a hard ass. But he said hard ass earlier. He used that word, so I figure I can too. But it's because the people are hearing this and they're going to go, there goes another da 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 da. And I guess what I'm saying to the community is we're doing this for you, community, and get behind it. And if we have made a terrible mistake by trying to go public transit, then they need to let us know that too, because we're all putting it out there on the line, and you're working hard, and you all are doing good, and the drivers are. I mean, it's all happening, and
I appreciate the way you're representing the community right now.
Thank you.
It's very well done, and it's very well needed. We have to do this. Is the mistake that was made was the air brake mistake? Is that what you're talking about? Which is the deficiency in funds because of that?
That the manufacturer misrepresented.
Well, there's a few things going on with those buses that we need to deal with.
I think that was just one piece of it. It was a big piece of it, but it wasn't the only piece. I think that, the actual cost to do business here is a lot more expensive, and I think that they're finding that out now.
Right.
So, yes, that was a big error, definitely. I agree, Joe.
And there was 60% of the 160,000 is for the labor deficiency that we're seeing because of the miscalculation in the wages between air brakes and modified air brakes or not air brakes systems. So can we negotiate that 160,000, or do we just?
We already did.
I already did.
Okay.
Down to 90.
Down to 90?
Yeah.
No, let's move on
She
then.
did so without impacting the general fund, which is
Any comments from the
appreciated.
community? Hi.
I want to go home.
Want a motion?
Let's have a motion.
Move to authorize Transportation Concepts request to modify their contract for the remainder of fiscal year and to authorize changing dial ride hours of operations to end at 6 p.m.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Well, I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm just.
I'm just going to have to run when I see you on the street.
Oh, yeah, because I'm real. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Dennis gets grilled down.
Oh, item number 9, Dennis Jayett. And then we have closed session after this.
No closed session.
I was
Yeah, we do.
joking.
Yeah, we do.
No, Scott's buying drinks.
Try to squeeze that money out of those guys.
Good evening.
Hello, Dennis.
Again.
Even.
The staff report is fairly descriptive, but I wanted to go over your 3 options that we need decision on. Of course, we're talking about the e-bus charging facility in the back. It was, when we first built the facility back there, council mentioned to keep it as a temporary facility because we weren't sure how it was going to work out. It was limited spacing and stuff. As we've invested over there, it's come to be known that it's probably going to be there for a while. But we proceeded on a temporary basis as we were directed. And now questions have come up from our mechanics about the maintenance area. They'd like to see hard concrete, which defies the temporary nature of the facility now. So it's quite explicit in here. We can put a cold mix asphalt, which is fairly hard. We use it on the streets often for, I believe it was $4,900. If we do that, then the mechanics will have to bring some plywood or some dunnage of some kind when they raise the buses. Or we can pour concrete. I'm suggesting 5 inches thick with some rebar. We're going to leave a little planter area. That would be around $22,000.
What's the planter for?
Pardon me?
For the marijuana.
It's for the cultivation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, for something cute. For something technical.
Like where at? There's the planter area. Like
we put a little 2x4
between the pillars, or it's out there.
Yeah, it's just a little, I think, 4 feet wide.
Oh, really?
We get some rain, maybe we can put some succulents in there or something. Make it look good.
That's fine. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have some plants out there.
Yeah.
I think we should have an area out on the other side while we're pouring this, where a little picnic. We can put a little picnic bench so the staff can go out there and eat lunch underneath those nice trees out there if we need to. I mean, but cut to the chase. If our mechanics need the cement poured, I think I know they need that area to work safely and effectively and efficiently. It needs to be concrete. I don't see why I've given up on the dog park and the city and the community garden. Okay, I don't want to, but I have to. We're gonna have to find another place for that.
Yeah. There's also one other thing that you need to consider in this, and that was the issue of the buses backing in or heading in. Right now, they're backing out in the morning. That's the way that was designed. To put the chargers off the slab, they have to back out in the morning. Or it's in your staff report. It's about $12,000 to build some brackets that go over the buses and we'll charge them on the other side.
Stainless steel?
Pardon me?
$12,000?
12,000 for
$6,000 a piece?
Extra whips,
50,
right?
About 5,500 per charger, and we have to install it and stuff, so it shouldn't exceed 12.
Do those chargers need to be waterproof before it starts raining?
They are.
Oh, they already are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, so you're saying a pipe going up and over the thing with the charging cord on the inside is $6,000?
It's $5,500 per charger, and we got this quote from the e-bus manufacturer.
That might be a problem.
Is this still a temporary location?
Well, if we're going to pour concrete, I would say no.
I think we're done on the I've given up on that because I was the one that was resisting that being a permanent location, and I've given up on it because
where else are we
we've got nowhere else to put them. That's why I'm saying I'm giving up on the dog park and the community garden, which is what I wanted that area for.
And we have to be mindful of what we've spent. We've already spent our budget over there. We bought the meter pedestal and the chargers, and we've already spent what you've allowed for the facility.
I don't see us moving all that electrical stuff out at any time.
Correct.
With that being said, that is going to be our permanent spot. But who knows? Somewhere down the line, maybe there'll be something. But even if you did put concrete in there, it's still going to be useful to the area in here anyway. If we decided to go with concrete.
But do we want buses being worked on out there?
Where else are you going to work on?
We have a garage.
Going up and down that hill?
Yeah.
I don't think that's. I think I went up to talk to the city mechanics today, actually, and they were very adamant about putting concrete out there when they come down just to service them, because they're always come down. I've seen them several times already down here with batteries doing this and that, and they're very adamant about having a good, safe place to work on the cars down there, and they don't feel that the asphalt is safe. He says, basically what they told me, you get in there. You get under there and try it. For 2 hours, you have to sit under there and all that weight. And they made a good point. So, and I'm kind of for the concrete being there. Be a lot safer, a lot better.
I'd like some sort of separation between the kids that are walking through there and the guys working on the buses.
Yeah, there is a whole security issue that we're going to have to address at some point. Also, your point, Councilman.
And we had talked about that a couple of weeks ago about putting something around those things. I don't know, it was Jeffrey or you.
Yes.
Enclosing all those and keeping the kids away. That's a lot of voltage there where the kids are, and it still hasn't been done, and I'm still kind of...
Oh, I didn't get the directive if I'd have known to do it.
A couple of weeks ago, we did the ride-along. Anyway, but that kind of scares me. But back for the purpose of this, though, and talking to the mechanics.
Well, then another question, though. Are they going to say at some point, we need a cover over that location as well? We're going to need a garage over that.
Slab and then the fence and the cover.
And then, but we don't have and I know they don't want to drive them up. I mean, that's kind of a hassle to going up there and that bad road going down, and then if that ever gets wet, I mean, none of that's really good.
I think what we have here is a piecemeal solution. I think there's a bunch of parts that are missing.
Yeah,
we should probably have a total package of making our garage down there a garage, which would be fencing and covering and slabbing and all that good kind of stuff. So I think we should give it back to you guys and let you guys come back in a couple of weeks.
Well, but then that'll be okay. I'm not okay. I was the one that didn't want it because of the complaints about the backing up. I don't think we need the arm to go over like that. If we agree with that, we can take that $12,000 off the plate. And sorry, some of you who hear this.
That's dangerous. Okay.
And I don't think I'm not excited about cold mix asphalt, but I don't know about the rest of you.
I just think if we're leaning towards going permanent there, so permanent is concrete, fencing, some sort of cover. Yes.
Yeah.
And I think we just need
just bring the whole package back.
Yeah.
I think we do it step by step.
Well, because
I think you put that slab down. Right? You got the buses here already.
Yeah.
You got the buses here, so you pour that slab. You go ahead and do your stuff. Have the buses there. Then figure out, okay, this is where the poles are going to go for a fence. If
in fact if we do cover it, then we wouldn't need these overhead brackets.
Correct.
we could just buy longer cords.
Right.
Oh, sweet, too.
But we need to know what you're when you're talking about covering. I mean,
Why don't we talk about a metal prefabricated metal shed like the one they put up at the
with sides?
Yeah, with sides and a top and a door and
Butler Building, a small Butler.
We can,
that way, when the mechanics come down to work on the buses, they can do it. If it's in the middle of the winter, they can do it in an enclosed area.
Okay, we can certainly price that out.
I believe that's probably where we're going with this, right? Because I think what they said that they built that last big storage shed up there for what, a couple $150,000 it cost or total.
I'd have to get some
No, it
pricing on
wasn't like it was like 25 grand or something, wasn't it?
We just have to
Steel's
keep
a lot cheaper than the other kind, is what you're saying. The buildings, it's a lot. What we could do is, if you want to go forward with the concrete, then we could come back with the other structural issues.
There you go.
And give you some options.
Yeah.
That if that's your pleasure, we can do.
Okay, but the question is, if you pour the concrete and then you decide something else, are you having to dig up the concrete or
No.
nothing that's a big deal?
No, we
Nothing's
got
a big
to
deal.
take out a little bit of the DG that we bought.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, what about the specs on the building? Shouldn't we get those before we pour a concrete slab, just in case?
If you did a 5-inch slab, that should be sufficient enough for a lot of that weight. I would think that
Yeah,
would be
I'm
good.
pretty
It has to
sure
be that.
structurally will be good. I believe the modular buildings they're lightweight and they're just bolted down.
You can
They're
bolt
not
it
too
down to the
heavy.
concrete, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, I don't know.
If we're going to the building, are there utilities in the building?
Pardon me?
Are there utilities in the building?
Yeah.
Water, electric,
You'd
stuff?
have to come up
We're going to plan on that?
You have to come up through the side probably. If the pad is poured, you're right. You're going to have to go around
Correct.
the perimeter
Yeah.
and then pop up.
And then utilities, well, we got electric there. We can
electrical there,
we
right?
can do a
2 feet
110
electrical
connection
left.
off of there.
I don't think that'll be too hard to
And a
find.
bucket of water.
We have fresh water
Yeah.
stub on the building.
Right here.
I don't think we need utilities in it. I think the purpose is to protect the e-buses from the elements and the chargers. Of course,
But the
this-
guys might need their tools. I mean, access generator, maybe compressor. I don't know. They need their pneumatics.
Yeah.
That's going to take some electricity. So, I mean, talk to the mechanics too and see what their specs what they might want, because they're going to be working on this too. But I think we need to figure this out a little more. We need to talk to the e-bus people first to make sure these buses are with us for a long time too. We don't know how, the state of affairs of these buses right now. We've been having to work on them every single week. I mean, these things could be lemons. I mean, we don't know yet for sure.
We take that concern very seriously, and we are aggressively pursuing answers to those questions with the manufacturer of the buses, and we're just looking at issues that have arisen and how they might be resolved. So I'll say, but we're looking for issues aggressively.
Okay. Yeah, because that puts everything on hold, kind of. I mean, really, besides the cement slab, we don't know how long we're going to have these buses. If these guys don't prove to us that these buses are worthy of us keeping them, and they're worth the money that we spend on them, and they guarantee them, and we don't have to have extended warranties for them, I mean, which would probably be the best idea anyways if we kept the buses, because they're breaking down all the time right now anyway. So, I mean, it's just not conducive to a brand new anything. Doesn't break down this often. So we've got some serious issues with these buses right now, mechanically, that we need to deal with before we start putting a bunch of money into a storage facility for them.
And if I may say that I think the director has, and we are engaged with those people who have to maintain it, because it's important that we know the people who actually do repair work to know what they're thinking, and so that's what we have been actively engaged with our mechanics now, because they are the experts in mechanics, not me or any other than a mechanic would be. So
what do you guys think? Just knowing some of that stuff. I mean, should we do any of this right now?
Scott, is there any
Our only
planning
problem
issues to
is
think about?
if we're fortunate enough
Zoning.
to get rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, fortunate enough to get the rain, we're going to need to be out of the rain.
Yeah.
And Denise just brought
You
up
still
an
have the
interesting-
buses here, right? Your buses ain't going anywhere yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd feel comfortable getting that slab in and then working from there.
But and Denise, I'm sorry, what was your comment?
I'm asking Scott and Amanda, is there any planning issues to think about, or is the zoning, because you've gone from a
temporary
charging station, now you're putting a permanent
Yeah, I'd
structure.
have to.
But if you're putting a
Just that
but
it's
if you're
an
putting a
all-
slab,
It's probably zoned.
you're putting a slab. You're not putting anything
Yeah,
on it yet.
the slab's going to be fine. I think the building's fine.
What's that?
Right. I think you're going to be fine. You may need a site plan for the city.
But when the buses aren't there, we can put in Foursquare and Hopscotch.
You can put some nice tables. It's not going to not
But-
go to not use.
Right.
Does
People will
that-
use it.
Is that considered any new development, though, Amanda? Building a building?
Right. Because the growth ordinance talks about adding
The
housing.
housing. That's housing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
there might be a motion here.
I'd like to make a motion. We go ahead with that slab, cement slab, and then go from there.
And my other question.
Because we have trucks now, we're not getting rid of them anytime soon, but we might.
But my question is, do you need to do the whole thing, or if you only did half because you only work on one truck bus at a time?
Should probably do the whole thing.
It's better to do one pour at one time, right? Than try to size.
Yeah, it might be a couple day pour, and I have to work out that
Yeah.
strategically how to charge these things while we're pouring is going to be an issue. We put a bunch of men on it. What I didn't put in the staff report is that, frankly, we got a price from a local contractor to do it that is cheaper than what I think Public Works could do it for. And Public Works only has one or two cement masons. So the 22,000 is good. If Public Works did it, it would be about 24.
Okay, so do we have to go to bid?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just keep in mind that we've already reached the budget over there, and we'd be happy to proceed however you direct.
We're authorizing you to go to bid for the concrete.
Okay, that's the motion by,
Well, if we got to go to bid, we got to go to bid.
Right.
We can't approve the project, but
right. So,
want to amend your motion?
I guess I'm going to have to.
Second.
Go to bid.
Till we get 3 bids.
okay. And there's second, Ole?
Yep.
Moved to second. Comment from the community?
This is the vote to get a bid?
Yep.
Yeah.
For the concrete.
For the concrete.
And
Just for the concrete.
For the entire piece.
Okay.
Are we okaying the project?
No.
We're getting the 3
We
bids.
got to go to bid.
3 bids, they come back for you. You
Right.
award the contract for that actual work.
Hopefully in a couple of weeks, right?
I'm sorry, I received a bid already.
3 bids?
From a local contractor for
Oh.
20,000. I put in here not to exceed 22.
But that was one bid?
One bid.
Count to 3.
Did you go out to bid and only got one?
Informally, I asked a local contractor, and he happens to own the concrete, and we're not going to get it any cheaper.
But you got
You still got to.
We can do an expedited bid. We can do an expedited public bid,
Right.
and we'll put it to. And then, the idea of 3 is if there are 3 providers of service. If they're not, then they're not. So, but the ideal is you'd have competitive bids to the extent that there's competition. But we could do an expedited bid process, I think, and get this thing out.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what we'll do.
Good.
That's what you want us to do.
Okay.
Good.
Motion for an expedited bid process?
Yep.
Okay. And there's a second?
Yep.
Call for the vote?
Yep.
I think.
Yes.
I think I voted.
All ayes.
You know, we voted. Good job, Joe.
Okay, item 10.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Chair.
Oh, yes.
Chair,
This is the Housing Authority.
Housing
yes.
Authority. Yeah. Oh, do you want to do this? Well, because what I was going to do is there's a couple corrections.
Yeah, we can. Well, we have to open the Housing Authority meeting.
Oh.
Christ.
No, I
If
opened
we
it
did-
at the same time.
if
I
we
said
adopted
this at
Okay.
the beginning of the meeting. I said it was both.
Is there a person that's the housing authority?
Yes.
Chair, is it the same?
It is. Andy's the chair, yes.
All right.
The mayor's the chair, Mayor Pro Tem is the vice chair. What you have before you is an update of bylaws for the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority that you established previously is viewed as a vehicle for delivering, in different ways, affordable housing, and it is the vestige or the last opportunity absent without redevelopment. It's an opportunity to get grants. It's an opportunity to. So anyway, you have created this. Unfortunately, when the bylaws were originally developed, as Ms. Hull explained, it was done under the corporations law rather than what public agencies in California forming housing authorities. So the bylaws are frankly they don't make any sense. Then there was probably good reason because of the expedited nature to get it done. But what Ms. Hull from BBK has done is and I've had conversation with her in regard, is this is mirrored really at what the redevelopment agency, you have your same staff, you have your same board with an exception. If you had tenants, you have to if you had a number of tenants, you would have to have tenant representation. But it mirrors what you did, what the ACIA did, the Avalon Community Improvement Agency did. It's the same staff, the same treasurer, same finance director, same city clerk. So you're not that are operationally in charge. And then there's on this report, there are two corrections that, thank you, the Mayor Pro Tem, that to point it out. One was that on page 4, section 2.3, that the city council or the housing authority would meet at 6 p.m., not, I believe it says 7:30. The second note was on page 4, section 12. The Mayor Pro Tem, the Vice Chair, pointed out that, soon to be Vice Chair, that there's no compensation had been authorized previously for commissioners of that or for Housing Authority board members. And it's not that you're precluded from doing that in the future, but that he pointed out that was not something that's been done in the past. With those corrections, we're recommending that these bylaws be adopted.
So moved.
Second.
Comment? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Thank you. If there's no
closed session.
Good night, Tony. Meeting adjourned.